that we would like to see in positions of power. Those people
You
go
do. Hang
to
on, hang on,
a
hang on.
higher
I just want to go step by
You're
step.
interrupting me.
I just want to go step by
Okay.
step. That's all. Is that okay? Just step
Sure.
by step.
Great.
Don't they already do that?
No.
Okay.
Those people are in charge of your municipality. But then you go again and you vote for people who go to the federal government and stuff like that.
Yeah, but isn't that the system you're what's the difference in the system you're proposing?
You would not vote for these people that are governing like the regulatory stuff and all this other stuff. You select people from your community that you want to see elevated to positions of power, and then they work amongst each other to go on and so forth.
Like, what do you think a drain
until
commissioner
the people
is?
that are having
Isn't
the
it?
most
Isn't a drain
Yeah.
commissioner a person that you've elected into a position of power from the community in order to, like, make sure that your drainage is okay? Like, what? I don't
And
actually.
yeah, that's fine. That's okay.
I don't really actually understand the proposition that you're making, how it's distinct from the system in which we're already in. That's what I guess I'm looking for, the delineation here.
Because under this system, Andrew, people would not be elected in terms of how much campaign cash they can swallow up and use, and they wouldn't be elected in terms of who their friends are.
How would they be elected then?
Well, at first, again, they'd be elected by your local community.
Yeah,
and
but
then
how are
those
they going to get
people
out
who
there
have
to the local community and
stamp of
campaign?
approval, and then those people who have the stamp of approval from that community
Yeah.
would work amongst each other to select duties on up until you get to like the common.
Okay,
term,
so your
whatever.
local guy is he's selected from the community. How does he get out in front of the community to get elected to this position exactly with no money?
He does things. He's the person with the most merit. You have people in
Yeah,
your
but
community that you trust and admire, right? That do a lot for your community.
yeah, sure, and usually it takes capital for them to do that stuff, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah, okay, so like, how would you even get around to campaign that you were running for said office without money exactly? How would
You
this
would
work?
probably be somebody who's already known. Yeah.
So what about unknowns who want to be known?
They should do things in their community to become known.
And wouldn't part of that be like traveling around and introducing themselves to various people?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that would require capital, right?
Under this society, yeah.
Under your society, how would
Like,
they
let
do
me
that
give
with?
you an
How would they
example.
do that with no capital
You're
under your
working in a
society?
factory, right?
Yeah.
You're working at a factory or your workplace, and you obviously have people in that workplace who are leaders.
Okay.
I would like those people to have some degree of political power and then decide who they want to have political power above that station and so on.
You want corporate leadership to have power, political power?
No.
That's what you just said,
Leaders
though.
in terms of your workplace that aren't like the corporate ownership.
Yeah, but I mean, well, here's the thing, right?
Andrew,
It's
you
like,
might not have worked a job in a while.
oh, you're
But
right.
in most jobs, we have people that aren't corporate leadership who we look up to as leaders.
And then they look up to other leaders whose positions they want to feel who are higher than them, and et cetera, right?
Yeah. In
So-
my experience, though, it's those mid-level leaders who are like on the floor that have like the most expertise and should be elevated to these positions.
And
of
how would
power.
they get elevated exactly?
Not like your HR department or
Okay.
something. I don't want a tyranny of HR
That's fair. I
department
at least understand now. So how would they get elevated from the factory supervisor to the next position of power in the workforce if the boss man who is privately owning this company doesn't want them to, under your system?
The people would vote for them.
Yeah, okay. The people vote for them.
And again, Andrew, we're talking about the government. We're not talking about the workplace itself.
Yeah, we were literally
could be
just
a
talking about the
people
workplace
where-
itself, dude. Literally. That's what we were talking about. What do you mean?
Okay.
So we're in the workplace. I want to see my foreman, to the CEO of the company that he doesn't own. Me and the workers can collectively vote him into that CEO position. What happens to the CEO?
No, Andrew.
No. Okay.
We're talking about political office.
But then why did you say if you work in a factory? Okay, so you want
Tracking.
So what do you want? So you want the people in the workplace to vote for their supervisor to go into political office?
Let me just try to let me try to break it down real quick.
Okay, break it down for me.
You have somebody in your workplace that's a real leader that everybody looks up to, that exhibits good qualities, right?
Yeah.
You would elect them to city council, and then that city council selects people from amongst itself to send up to the higher body, and then that process repeats, so on and so forth, until you get to like Xi Jinping or whatever, right? That's kind of what I mean.
So you want to go back to the founding of the nation?
If that's the founding of the nation.
Well,
no, because
if the idea,
the senators were appointed by the state legislature.
That's what you just said.
And the president.
That's what you just said. You just said that if we get to the city council promotes the next guy to the next tier, and then they send another guy up the next tier. Those would be the guys who would be sending in your representative. Is that not correct?
Yeah, if it all starts with the workers with universal suffrage, then that's good.
So to get this right, let's just say that. Hang on.
If
So
it's how.
so
Like,
so to
if
get
we
this
go to
right.
America, if it's just like white men with property, I would obviously.
Yeah, but let's just. But here's the thing. It's so funny here. Is like, okay, so under your system, what you're proposing is this: that the states send representatives to the government, because it goes through a tiered system where you elect your shop foreman as a city councilor.
Hold on a second. Andrew, I gotta ban K-Miz real quick.
Okay.
I gotta ban him. Because I don't like K-Miz. Goodbye, K-Miz. Sorry. It's one of my ops. He's a militant atheist who hates people. Okay.
No problem. So under this system, you would elect your shop foreman to city council, which you could do right now, and then they would then make appointments to higher positions than them from that council all the way up. How is this system actually any different right this second? This sounds like the exact same system that we have, except this. You're proposing a tiered system of, what I would say is a prestige tiered system. So if it goes to the oligarchs, or in this case, the council then promotes the next guy, and then that team of people promotes the next guy, et cetera, et cetera. All you've actually done is circulated from the Democrat base, the people, from actually voting the representatives in that they want. Isn't that a worse system for communism?
No, I don't think it is. The difference is that the people that get elevated do not get elevated on the basis of their ability to get capital to run in these elections. And they
How do
don't
you?
have lobbying
Well, how do you
or
think
anything like
people?
that.
How do you think
If
people
they
get
are
elected?
receiving- Well, dude, let me finish.
Okay,
and
go
if
ahead.
they are taking like bribes, for example, what we would call lobbying, it's legal here. If they're taking bribes, they get punished for that. Like in China, they take you out behind the woodshed, bury under the jail for things like that. So
Unless
sorry
it's
to interrupt you.
unless it's the CCP who's getting bribed, then they
Well,
don't do any of that.
They do that for party members all the time who engage in corruption.
No, well, the thing is that there's a certain amount of corruption which is allowed within the CCP by the party leaders. They're all splitting treasure amongst themselves. That is the epitome of corruption. But by the way, let's just point this out. All you're promoting here is a prestige system. You're saying that once the councilman is elected, that council then gets to elect the next guy, and then that next tier gets to elect the next guy. How is that a better system from a communist perspective than the people themselves just collectively voting on whoever the fuck they want to vote for whatever office they want?
Again, yeah, it would be better because they don't have to amass influence and capital from like the private sector to do so.
They would still have to
They
amass
are,
it.
They are
Yeah, they still
elevated by
would.
their compatriots on the basis of their merit.
Okay, so then how would this city council get money?
Probably from the federal government or equivalent.
And how would the federal government collect revenue?
Now you're asking me about like how the revenue system would
I'm
work.
just asking you how the federal government would collect revenue under
how
your
it works
system.
right now is that we print money and then distribute that money.
Yeah, fiat
and then
currency.
we
I
tax
agree.
later, and then we run deficits because we don't tax as much as we spend.
I agree. All that's
So
true.
it could
Are
work
you going to
like
assess
similar to
taxes?
that.
Are you? What I'm asking is the federal government going to assess taxes against individuals, and then with the tax assessment distributed how they see fit?
Well, no government works like that. It's you print the money first and then tax later.
Yeah, okay, sure, but you're still taxing the citizenry. But let's just say under your perfect form of government, we're not printing money we don't have. How's the federal government collecting money exactly?
No, we will be printing money we don't have. Every government works like that.
Okay, so how's the federal government collecting money under this system?
the same way that it does now.
The same way it does now. So they're going to be
Yeah.
collecting. So they're going to be taxing the citizenry, and then the citizenry is only able to vote for localized politicians and send those localized politicians to the next tier, and then the next tier, and then the next tier, and the next tier in your system. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay, so I just correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't understand how that's not just amassing power structures of bribery. I don't actually understand this. You're actually creating a caste system.
Bribery is illegal.
Yeah, but well, it's illegal if the law is enforced, right? Like every law. But isn't what you're doing just creating a caste system of nobility?
No, because it's based on merit. Anybody can rise through the ranks and become known in their community and be elevated to these positions, and then they become known in the community of the party people. Like did you know that most Communist Party members are themselves workers? They're not full-time party members, right? Like
Where?
within the lowest level of the
Where?
Chinese Party Congress kind of thing.
Yes, they are. Many of them
No,
are
they're not.
full-time propagandists. Yes, they are.
No, that's
Yes.
incorrect.
Yes. No, it's not. It's not incorrect. The truth is,
It is incorrect.
you're actually falling here for classic propaganda. So it's always the case that
No.
the politicians want to make the bid for the working class, and so many of them will always act as though they're the blue-collar person, et cetera, when they're actually not. But in this system, I'm just really curious. How is it that we're stopping corruption here?
Because if you give somebody money or material reward for favors, that is illegal. It's illegal in China.
Yeah, it's illegal. It's illegal here too.
And if we find you doing that, well, no.
Yeah, yes.
They do it in the form of campaign donations. After you get out of Congress, like Kristen Sinema, for example, she's going to work for a lobbying firm.
True.
Stuff like that is against the law, yeah. We're not going to allow that.
So we're going to get rid of the lobbyists. We're going to get rid of the NGOs.
Yeah.
So China doesn't have lobbyists and it doesn't have NGOs?
That certainly doesn't have lobbyists. Yeah, I'm sure it has NGOs that do various things.
It has a massive lobbying party.
What is the massive lobbying party?
Yeah, so the CCP itself actually hires lobbyists to lobby, of course, other nations, but there's lobbying firms inside of China itself trying to get various officials into positions of power. They just do it through non-governmental organizations, and they use backdoor bribery.
Okay, can you give me an example of that?
Yeah, sure. 1 second.
Sure. I just think this is a better system, folks.
Based on
You know?
what, dude?
It's based on merit. It's based on, starting off with people who are prove useful to their local communities. And then you don't have this thing where these politicians are constantly worrying about their next election and how they're going to raise money for their next election. I think that's better.
Yeah, so the CCP, they use actually a ton of these. So let's talk about front organizations first. Let's talk about the United Front Work Department and its affiliated organizations. Are you familiar with the United Front Work Department?
No, what is it?
Well, so what happens is the CCP they're overseeing these kind of various departments of the state. You agree with that, right? Critical for state infrastructure or state security or things like this. And so, yeah, well, what happens is those companies still amass a great amount of power, and they're able to filter money through NGOs, which are then, again, lobbying directly these government officials in order to get their people in power in the inner circle of the CCP. It's the same exact thing here, it's just done slightly differently.
When is the money exchanging hands?
Well, the problem is that it exchanges hands through things like money laundering. Why do you think so many of these CCP officials make a very low salary but are filthy fucking rich? Why do you think that is?
Like at what stage? At what stage does the money change hands? Is my question.
Well, it depends on which official we're talking about and which specific circumstance. But the fact of the matter is that how does a person who's of relatively low means join the CCP and become extremely rich. Can you explain that to me? What do you think the process there is? They just suddenly become really good at business?
Yeah, I mean, experts are
Yeah.
rewarded for their expertise, of course.
Real experts are rewarded for their expertise. So,
Yeah.
so you think that they, even though they receive a very minimal salary from the CCP, but they make millions of dollars through business interests, that the state's not assisting them through backdoor means of, I don't know, fixing contracts and various things like this that they get kickbacks from?
I don't think that occurs in China, Andrew,
Bro,
because that's
you
illegal. They
you
put
have
people
got to be one of the
for
most
that.
naive people that I've ever talked to if you think that that's not occurring, not just in
Great,
China,
Andrew.
but in every nation.
Love that, huh? Okay.
Well, that's not an ad hom. I'm directly giving you an argument and calling you naive. An ad hom would be if I was only attacking you and not the argument. I'm attacking the argument and calling you naive.
As far as I'm aware, if you exchange money for political favors in China, that's illegal.
It's
And
it's
they
illegal
put people
here.
in prison and worse all the time.
It's illegal to exchange political favors for money here.
Not really.
Yeah, really. It really is. It really is. Like you
No,
can't
well,
go.
'cause
You can't go to
again,
your.
you need-
Can you go to your congressman
I
and
need
say,
to
"I'll
get
give you
reelected.
$10,000 if you sign this bill"? Can you say that or no?
No, but you
No.
can say, I will set up a super PAC to get you elected in the next cycle.
Right.
Contribute
And what is a
$100,000
super
to that.
PAC? A super PAC is a workaround utilizing NGOs, which then filter money to a campaign, right? Through means basically of not saying this is a direct contribution. Under the CCP, they're doing the exact same thing. They're just doing it through the officials who work in the public works. They're doing the exact same thing. They're bolstering up the people that they want to go in there through their NGOs. They just don't call them super PACs, but it's the same process.
No, not really.
Yeah, really. I just
If you
explained
wanna
it
set
to
up-
you.
If you want to set up an organization that goes and talks to lawmakers, as it were, and tries to influence them, I see no problem with that.
All right.
The issue is when you're saying, I will help you get elected again, I will help you maintain your office.
Let's try this. Let's try a different angle here real quick before we wrap the conversation up, if you don't mind. Let's just start with something.
Sure.
Yeah, let's just start
Sure,
with
yeah.
something really simple. What are the actions that you want to see right now?
Right now, yeah, I guess if I had to give you like a top three, it would be abolish the Federal Reserve. We have a state bank instead of the system of private banks that is the Federal Reserve.
Okay, let's start with that one.
Okay.
We abolish the Fed tomorrow.
All right.
There's no more printing of fiat currency. This and now
Well,
what?
there is printing of fiat currency. It's just in the hands of the state and not the private banks.
It's in the hands of the state now. Congress oversees the Fed.
No.
Yes.
Wrong.
No,
It's
not wrong.
incorrect.
Oh, can you tell me? Can you tell me then, real quick, the
You're
federal?
saying that that the government controls the Federal Reserve, private banks that print all the money?
Yeah, yes, they have oversight over them. Yes, that's correct. The old Ron Paul, the old
Bad job.
the old Ron Paul line that the Federal Reserve is a private banking institution which has no oversight is actually a complete lie. It is true that it hasn't been audited in a long time, but
It's
no.
several private banks that print all our money, and then our government says, thanks for lending us this money, we'll pay it back in interest. But of course, we can never do that because we can't. That amount of money doesn't exist because they print all of it.
That's true. They do spend more money than they have. But let me just explain this to you. The Federal Reserve is accountable to Congress, which provides oversight through statutory requirements for semi-annual hearings, regular testimony, and the ability to pass resolutions to influence or disapprove of Fed actions or eliminate the Fed anytime they so choose. They have the power of the purse and always have. What you just said
Cool.
is factually not true. They
I
do
would
have
like them to eliminate
Hang
the
on,
Fed.
hang on. Can we agree that they do have regulatory bodies which do indeed have oversight over the Fed?
Sure. Yeah.
Can we agree,
And
for
what you
instance,
just
that Trump
described-
went to the head of the Federal Reserve and asked him to lower interest rates, for instance?
And they didn't. Yeah.
They did.
They said no thanks.
No, you're wrong. They did. He went in his first term and asked for interest rates to be lowered, and they did lower interest rates.
What word did you just use, Andrew? He what?
He asked them to lower interest rates,
He asked
which they
them.
did. Yes.
Did they have to?
Well, they don't have to, but then they're subject to oversight. Yes.
Then they don't have to. Yeah. I would like Congress to get rid of the Federal Reserve, and then we can have a state bank.
Oh,
Instead
okay.
of the system of private banks.
So you want this the Congress to be back in charge of money, which is constitutional. I actually agree with this stance, by the way.
Cool.
But I'm just wondering
Great.
what that system looks like.
We agree.
No, well, we agree tentatively that abolishing the Fed's a good idea, but what
Sure.
we don't agree with is what we replace that with. That's what I'm asking. What do we replace that with?
A state bank, singular.
Okay, well, but what does that look like?
I don't know.
don't know.
Imagine a bank, but it's not a private bank. It's actually a part of the government, and they print all the money. That's what it looks like.
Okay, got it.
What does that look like?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would give you like the Jackson banking model. I think would be a really good one, but that would be, you wouldn't probably like that very much because you're a communist. So okay, what's point two? What's the next thing you want to do?
Yeah, I think we need a massive industrial policy so that we can make things here that are valuable, that aren't just debt and data. And the side effect of that would be reproletarianization, where people are actually making things with their hands and are the traditional proletariat again.
All right, and how do we get there?
Let's see. Well, I think we should start off by trying to influence the private sector into doing these things, and then if they don't do them how we want them to, then the state should. For example, we need housing. We gotta see if the private sector will do that, and I don't think that they will, and so we should probably have the state directing housing building
Projects?
or semiconductors, for example.
You want the states to make more projects?
Yeah, pretty much.
Have you ever
steel, for
have you ever seen what the have you ever seen what the
rail, water,
have you ever seen what public housing looks like?
It's not very good, because you know why it's not very good is that instead of policing it very heavily, we actually give private individuals, private landlords, money for this public housing.
Is it that, or is it the case that
Section 8.
many times the people who have no idea how to manage money and don't have very good impulse control instead are the people who are generally the brokest in society, and also the people who are the most stricken with mental illness, and we're putting them all in one location, and so they do crazy shit like rub feces on the wall and break things constantly,
Yeah.
refuse to pay their bills, this type of thing. Why do you think it's a good idea to subsidize that behavior rather than putting people like that in, I don't know, treatment facilities instead? This would be the better idea, wouldn't it?
Well, firstly, when I say build housing, it doesn't need to be all public housing. We can still be, people will acquire it through the equivalent of a mortgage, just a mortgage, stuff like that. Probably have incentives for if you have big families, you get a bigger house. Or
Yeah, but that makes no sense.
things of that nature.
Why would the
And
private
then
sector,
for the
if there
public
was
housing
demand?
for these extremely
Yeah.
poor people, then we should have armed guards.
Well,
in every
help me out here.
hallway or something.
If the private sector thought that they would make profit by building more houses because more people are demanding them, why wouldn't they?
Well, they actually think that they will make more profit if they always have less housing than would meet or exceed demand.
Why would contractors give a shit about that?
All the conglomeration of firms owned by BlackRock Vanguard, who's bought all these single-family homes, they say, well, none of these homes are selling because they're too expensive, but we view that as good. We're gonna hold on to that. Try to not sell all of them at once to drive demand up, and then eventually we'll sell
Yeah,
them. That's
but
what they think.
Private contracting firms, though, have plenty of equity, and they have plenty of money, and they can buy up land, private land, and they can begin to build housing structures on that land. But they're not. Why do you think that is? Could it be because of how many people default on their mortgages? Could it be because they're set to take some pretty heavy losses? Could it be because they think that the risk far
Yeah,
outweighs
that's
the
probably all
potential
true.
gay. Yeah. So then the thing is that if you can't incentivize the private sector through money to go and build all these new houses that you think that people need and want, because they can't turn any profit, why do you think the government's going to do a better job? Aren't they just going to basically make these massive low-income ghettos like they did before, projects, start building them, run out of money, and then the people who are stuck in them basically live in a hellscape? Isn't that usually how that actually occurs?
Well, firstly, the state doesn't run out of money because they print all the money, as we've discussed.
Local municipalities run out of
And
money constantly, and the state does
they
run
do.
out of money consistently for various projects that they're working on. That happens constantly, especially with the ebb and flow of new administrations who want to reallocate budgetary concerns to other things which are more important.
True. Yeah, we do have a problem with like lack of planning. None of these I think the president should be at least a 10-year term so that we can actually get stuff done.
What?
But what was your question?
My question is, why do you think that if you can't incentivize people to build housing and private property where they stand to make a ton of money, why do you think the government is going to be able to allocate property in such a way where they're going to be able to solve for housing?
The state is able to do things that the private sector cannot do,
Like?
like build housing, apparently.
So but hang on, why again? That just begs the
And I
question.
hope-
That's just begging the question back and not answering it. Why,
Sure.
if you think there's a housing crisis and people are demanding homes and want to pay for them, why would the private sector not provide those homes in exchange for that money? That makes no sense, dude. There must
Well,
be
they're
other
demanding-
contributing
right now
factors,
they're
right?
demanding way more money than people have. I mean, around where I am, it's like $2 million for one of these starter ranch homes that you could maybe raise one kid in. And as you and me both know, we want people to be replacing themselves, right? So we need people with housing that they can raise at least 2 kids in, right?
Yeah, so the government's going to build what, track
Yeah.
homes?
Something like that. I
And
don't
then
know,
are they
maybe
going to
cheap.
sell them at a
In
loss?
China, they have like way more housing than they need, so the prices are always low. And hopefully, if we reindustrialize stuff, people will have good jobs that aren't like working at Target. They can afford a mortgage.
Yeah, but this actually still doesn't actually answer the question, right? If there's a demand for houses, there's not enough houses for people. The private sector would definitely organize to build houses for profit. Plenty of them have tons of cash, and I'm not even talking about billionaires or people who have tons of millions, but just a few $1,000,000 in the bank. They would just build the housing and sell it and make a shitload of money because they've done it before. So what do you think the cause is there that's preventing that?
Other than the causes that we've already discussed, we have like a service economy where people are making bad wages because they aren't actually producing any value. And so I want to produce a lot of value.
You want to know the real
I
reason?
want to
The real
things.
reason is because rural housing is readily available for most people, and they simply don't want to commute. The number one reason why it is that people don't get into houses isn't because there's not plenty of housing, because there actually is. It's that they don't want to live in more rural communities where the housing is much more affordable, because then they'll have to commute for 40 minutes to an hour to work. It's really that simple. It's a gauge of selfishness, bro. They just don't want to do the commute.
Well, yeah, they want to live in a vibrant community where they can know their.
So you're going to be
neighbors,
building inner
walk down
city
the street,
housing. Do
buy
you
some
see what I'm
flowers.
saying? Like you're going to be building
Not for
inner city
everybody,
housing.
But a lot of people do want to live in the city.
Yes, they do. So you're going to be building public housing. Public housing in the city. What do we call that?
Not
The
all
ghetto.
of it.
We call it the ghetto, bro.
Some of it will be non-public housing that people will be paying mortgages on their property.
That so
And then the
you want the
rest
government to
who
build
are,
houses?
These, like poor lumpen kind of people. You know, I'm not going to deny that there's a sizable portion of those types in our society. They would pay rent. They could have this public housing. But every time they leave their door, there's going to be like a cop there, making sure they don't do anything that they shouldn't be doing.
So so your idea here is that you're going to make basically prison camps, right? So you're going to put the people who have the least amount of cash all in a singular location, and then you're going to make sure that there's tons and tons and tons of cops around. That's the goal.
I just believe in secure societies. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great, but that doesn't translate well to I want to have the government build a ton of public infrastructure inside of major metropolitan areas because we already know what those are. They're called ghettos. That's what they are. Section
Why are
8
they
housing.
ghettos, Andrew?
Because you're taking the poorest people who exist and putting them all in a single location. And so what ends up happening is those people then become trapped on. And so here's how this works. Let's say you were really poor and you moved into a public housing unit that had jobs locally sourced for you. And then that economy goes belly up. There's no more job for you to commute to. What do you think happens to those people inside those housing projects who can't get out of there? What do you think happens?
What happens when the economy goes belly up?
No. The local economy goes belly up. So like something really simple like in Detroit, for instance, they had a big automotive boom, and that's what brought a lot of people into a lot of the housing which was there. After the automotive boom went away, it destroyed so many of the jobs which are there. These people were destitute overnight. They turned to Section 8 housing, especially the black community. They turned to Section 8, public housing, things like this. Well, now they're poor, and they're all in one location. How do you think they're going to act?
My solution would be to not let the auto manufacturing move to Mexico or China or Korea or whatever.
How are you going to do that without tariffs?
And well, I'm for tariffs.
So you want to tariff everything?
Done smartly.
You don't sound like much of a communist here, bro. You sound more like you
to
want to move towards MAGA or something similar on the right.
I'm trying to maybe communicate with you a little bit that I think one of my other prompts that I do is the left needs to be destroyed. The left sucks. They're all liberal, and what this kind of things I'm expressing here to you are like would not be looked at as weird by most communists that aren't in America.
Well, why don't you just
abandon? America would call me like a fascist.
So I don't get it. Why don't you just abandon communism, move to libertarianism? They want the same things you do. They want staunch law enforcement, community organization, the abolishment of the Federal Reserve, and the abolishment of widespread crony capitalism. And those are the things you seem to be against. Yeah, I know their positions inside and out. They want, like what you said when you said, if everybody privately held their own company, that would be private ownership of the means of production. Libertarians would agree with that. They would be like, yeah, everybody should own their own company based.
That is not socialism.
Yeah, I know it's not. What I'm saying is you don't sound like much of a socialist.
I am.
Okay, well,
I am.
Then tell me this. Help me out here. What about your socialist society is going to be better than the current liberal hellscape we find ourselves in? What?
Yeah, it's going to be safer.
How?
People will have
How's it
work,
going to be safer?
And people who have work, they will be able to have families, and those families will have secure communities and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but that's a declaration of. Tell me how they're going to be safer.
We're going to have...
Like, how are you going to be safer than world's most powerful military, the ocean? Okay, law enforcement.
We're going to have, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And what are you?
I'm not one of these.
What are you going to do with? Are you going to send law enforcement to the heavily minority communities because that's where they need to go?
I actually think that's how we help those communities in a way, and that should be accompanied with robust social security programs so that the majority of people who are there that actually do want to work can do that, and then we take the people who are, unfortunately there's like this, the kind of lefty ideas that they're victims of society. I'm not so much interested in that. But a lot of these people are beyond help, and
so why not
be put somewhere? And this practice of releasing people back out onto the streets needs to stop too.
So then, what would be the distinction here if I said, okay, under conservatism they want to do the same thing? They want to mobilize police and send them into minority communities where the crime rate is the highest, arrest the perpetrators, and jail them so that they're not a plague on society. You would support that, right?
Yeah, I don't think that conservatives are my enemy, like normal conservatives.
Okay, got it. So then you want law and order. That's going to make things safer, just like conservatives do. What's the next step that's going to make your socialist utopia better than the liberal hellscape that we currently live in?
I think people should have the right to secure employment that is
What?
that is productive, and that lets them have like a family, right?
Wait, what does that mean? The right to secure employment?
That we should have the state making sure that in communities there are productive industry, and that people are able to get the skills to work in that productive industry.
What the what? So
like making semiconductors or something or whatever it is.
So the state is going to provide jobs for people who are in the community. Is that your plan?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so
that's the only way it'll work. It's
so
like a double-pronged strategy.
Yeah, so in the poorest areas where industry has fled because they were railroad towns, especially Michigan has tons of those railroad towns, where the railroad, of course, wasn't being used anymore because they just don't send freight the same way or passenger rail cars. You're going to send semiconductor plants over there to try to give those rural people a job?
Yes.
And then the state's going to provide the logistics of trucks to go and pick up all of those semiconductors and travel, even if it makes no fucking sense to do.
Well, I think it would make sense to do in certain instances. Like, for example, in Springfield, Ohio, the Biden, I'm not sure if it was the CHIPS Act or one of the other, like, infrastructure things he did, they built, like, pretty good manufacturing in that town that would have revitalized the town. The only problem is that they brought in 50,000 Haitians and doubled the population of the town. So I would be like for that, but without the Haitians.
So let's pretend that you're a rich, greedy capitalist, right? If it was the case that you would be able to turn a profit,
it's a pen.
If it was a case that you want, it would actually turn you a profit to put a company in a rural area, thus providing jobs for the locals because you could get them for way cheaper. And then sell your product. Wouldn't you just do that?
I didn't tell them to
Yeah, I think
then why aren't they? Then why aren't they?
I think the issue is sometimes it wouldn't be instantly profitable.
Right. Well, so here's the thing. So then it wouldn't be profitable for the state either.
We have maybe not instantly, but I think long term it could be.
Well, then venture capitalists would do it.
Like, the problem, Andrew, is that we have a system where all of our whole economy is engineered around like the value of the dollar because the IMF gives out these loans in American dollars.
Did you just watch Zeitgeist yesterday or something, dude?
And I don't know what that is. And
come on, give me a break.
And then we get cheap goods from that. But the problem is that all our jobs here are like really bad service jobs that are totally demoralizing and demeaning and terrible for your soul. But also, our people here aren't even producing anything valuable, so why would they be able to?
Yeah, that makes no sense,
I just want to produce things that are valuable here.
So here, I'll just end it with this. Let me ask you this.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. You can. But hang on, let me ask this real quick. Name a single person who's on the IMF off the top of your head. Single one.
I have no idea.
You have no idea who's even around in the International Monetary Fund. It's a buzzword that you've heard. You have no idea how it even operates.
I don't know this specific.
And not only that, let me just point out that if venture capitalists thought that they could send companies out to rural communities and turn a profit in 30 years, they would do that. And so you say that the government would invest in those areas where venture capitalists wouldn't is absurd. The truth is that there's no industry in those towns. Those people commute for their jobs when they live in rural areas. And if you slap a semiconductor plant there, that doesn't mean that that's going to match with the skill set of the locals. Because in a privatized economy, everybody has different skills.
Those are all legitimate issues. Yeah, we need the skills stuff. And
it's just wild that you even have this opinion. But go ahead and ask me whatever you want.
It's more, it's more profitable for them to basically do that in foreign countries is kind of what I think the issue is. But my question to you, Andrew Wilson, in your opinion, what is the ideal age range for women to get married and have children?
Generally speaking, I would say between 22 and 28. Though I would say,
really?
Yeah, I would say somewhere between 22 and 24. You're going to have the best reproductive outcomes, but even up to 28, you have really good reproductive outcomes. It's when you start moving into your 30s and 40s that it becomes really problematic.
Okay, cool. That was kind of a gotcha question. I thought you would go younger, but cool.
Why? Why did you think that?
Well, because I know, not necessarily you, but I know a lot of right-wingers that they'd say like 16, 17 to 25 would be their ideal.
Why? Why? Wait, no, they don't. There's no right-wingers who say that. They don't. No, they don't. They don't say 16 years old
I've talked with many of them.
is their ideal. But the thing is like, if you're looking at reproduction, 16 doesn't even make sense, right? The body's not actually completely developed at that point for women. Generally speaking, 18, 19 is when they hit peak development. That's going to be the best time for them to have children. That's reproductive science, right?
Historically, most women got married before the age of 18.
That's true, and so did most men. So those women must have been PDF files, huh? Marrying those young men. The thing is that when your life expectancy is 36, you probably tend to get married younger, don't you?
True.
Yeah, true. So the thing is that that's what she just engaged in there is called presentism. It's a fallacious form of argumentation where you apply the modern social standards based on modern medical science and understanding and try to apply them to people in the past as though they were doing something immoral. Two 16-year-olds getting married.
I'm not saying,
yeah,
just to be clear,
but two 16-year-olds in the 1400s getting married, right? Probably
was not immoral.
Well, not only not immoral, but probably made sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I have just encountered right-wingers who have said that we should be doing that now. Is all. I just wanted to know if that was you, but I guess not.
Yeah, I think that the age of consent is perfectly acceptable at 18 years old or higher.
Right.
I think that's as far as a social and societal standard, that plays really well into reproduction and into family dynamics. But I'll say this: I think that college for women destroys reproduction.
Well, it usually does take place in the age that
they would be prime at reproducing, huh? They would be prime at reproducing at those ages, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I won't deny that.
Mm-hmm.
And the young people are very good at staying up late because that's when we are biologically geared towards having kids.
You mean they're up late fucking, bro? You mean they're up late fucking?
Well,
yeah.
Used to be taking care of children.
Yeah, that's true too. So the thing is like, look, you should reevaluate your positions because most of them actually don't make any sense. And when we drew them out,
I reevaluate my positions all the time.
Well, here's what I'm saying: is like when we drew your positions out, essentially most of them don't make any sense at all when they're actually applied. The second we get to the application process, the whole thing seems to fall apart very quickly. You saying that the government will plant jobs and hope on a 20-year return on investment, but venture capitalists won't is fucking crazy. Venture capitalists be way more willing to put up money than government organizations will because they have it to risk. That's the whole game, right?
All of my positions have been implemented by China, and they are totally cleaning our clock. And in 50 years, they're gonna be looking crazy.
Yeah, really? China took... Here's what China did.
They're 20 years behind us right now, and in 50 years, they'll be 100 years.
And what's their reproductive rate in China right now?
It's below replacement.
It's below replacement. Why do you think it's below replacement?
Probably the same reasons it is.
Because they did the stupidest thing possible when they moved over to the industrialization model. They took all of their women and turned them into capital. They turned their women into capital. And instead of their women being there to, assist with the repopulation of planet Earth, they turned them into workhorses and sent them to college and this and that. Instead of having the best and brightest having children, they instead waste them on a cubicle, which is fucking insane. All they did was model their economy and make it a worse one than the United States economy. And by the way, it's a very progressive model they have there. It's a very liberal model that they've turned to, not a very staunch communistic model at all.
Okay.
So
I think the birth rate thing is a problem. I think women should be able to work. I got somebody named Hegel fan who wants to debate you. Do you want to do that or no?
Well, I'm actually moving to a different TikTok after this, but I appreciate the conversation. You guys have a wonderful night. Nobody understands Hegel, including Hegel fan. Just let them know that for me. Have a wonderful night, man. Thanks.
You too. Good talking with you.
You too. Thanks.
You.
It's fucking kids, dude. It's fucking kids. What do you got to do? What do you got to? What do you got to do with these fuckers? Just fucking young and cringe as fuck, dude. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Yeah, that one went on a little bit. It did. I agree. Went on a little bit longer than it should have. But I was having an interesting conversation for me. Sometimes you can talk those people out of their shit. You know that, right? When they're super good faith and they're actually having a discussion with you, sometimes you can talk them out of these fucking positions. Sometimes you can do that.
Killed, where they were not either participating in something to do with Hamas or, within infrastructure held by Hamas.
No, I believe this is a.
Can you answer the question I asked?
Yeah, I said I was answering the question. I believe this was in a hospital that they were reporting at. It was when the Al Jazeera reporters were killed. I think it was 5 of them.
And have you seen the videos of Hamas dressed in civilians with guns inside of hospitals, which is a war crime, and that's why hospitals are being targeted?
Sure, and I condemn what Hamas is doing. I think they're doing a horrible thing.
Well, nobody's asking you to condemn, but if you condemn,
that's
what...
Right. Hamas is committing war crimes. Hamas did horrible things on October 7th.
Well, we're not talking about October 7th.
Just because Hamas is committing war crimes and does horrible things, that doesn't mean Israel isn't. Hello?
Well, no, we're saying that's the reason that those reporters got...
Good evening, guys.
So do you...
So for clarity, host, if Hamas is wearing plain clothes, right? They're either surrounded by journalists, they're pretending to be journalists, they're in the building.
You guys don't even know which instance I was talking about. I didn't even clarify which instance I was talking about.
I'm asking you a broad question. Is that not okay?
I already said no.
Bro he turned his live off. He literally turned his live off.
Cousin, sister, I will tell you now, if we are, that it's because of slavery.
No, it's
slavery should have been abolished.
Dude.
The best time in history was doing back then. They were well-behaved Negroes.
You know,
well, these fuckers in Alabama seem to be very racist, and I can't stand it. That's why I moved out of the fucking state, and I now live in Colorado.
You are amongst royalty right now because I am the president of hard ERs for Trump. So thank y'all for having me up here tonight.
Let's go back to separate but equal.
Order 33. Give them no excuse to kick me. Give them no excuse to kick me. Order 33. Make them acknowledge me.
Yeah, I want the color bathrooms and the white.
Make them acknowledge me.
Do you know when I first moved to Alabama, because I'm originally born and raised California, like, actually there was in Gordo, Alabama, it said black bathroom and white bathroom, and I couldn't believe what I saw because I've never been racist or anything, and I'm like, what the fuck am I at? I've never seen that before.
Execute Order 33.
I don't know if y'all ever have either.
Yeah, this has never failed once.
Actually, if that shocks you, do you know that your ancestors ate ours?
What?
And they didn't know how to wash their ass.
And George Washington's teeth were not made out of wood. They were his slaves' teeth. And back then, they used to shave our heads and use our hair as a filling for pillows. Not even when we unalive, they would unalive us first.
Stop, Buddha.
And they would use our bones to build rocking chairs.
I'm not born and raised there.
Dang, I didn't know
Well,
that.
that's fine, sister. I'm just saying, if the colored bathrooms shocked the shit out of you,
It did.
I want to let you know they used our babies as alligator babies.
Oh, I was gonna say that. Damn it. Oh.
Did they? No, really?
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was actually.
No, really?
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was actually.
Now let me tell you fuckers something. You not about to be gifting nobody on this motherfucking panel, especially if they're on the right and you're not gifting the host.
Who the fuck is Andrew?
The host, fuckers.
Who the fuck was Andrew? Why was he getting all those gifts?
I don't know, but he's gone.
I didn't even say nothing.
That's right.
That is weird.
Never said anything.
Next, what is your age and location?
Hey, yeah, I'm 19. I'm from Kansas.
Huh?
Who did you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Cobra, age and location.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm 30, and I voted for Donald Trump, and I'm from Houston, Texas.
Jan?
It's up to you, crew. It's up to
I'm
you.
38.
Never failed once.
Okay,
It's
and you're
never
good.
fucking failed ever.
I'm Canadian. I'm not American.
Up to you, chat.
I vote my
Ask
voice.
him. Ask him why
I'm
he's a
curious,
scumbag.
Mr.
Why he's a
Canada,
scumbag,
right?
and when they give you the
If I
fake
were to
quotes,
say,
prove him wrong.
When I get on my next
Up to you guys
flight,
now.
with JetBlue, and I see that the pilot is a white man, and I say
Works
that
every
I hope
fucking
he
time.
is qualified
Works every
before I get
time.
on that plane to fly that plane. What do you think about that statement?
Oh, that's a hard question.
Wow.
Why is it a hard question, mister?
Because I'm seeing a lot of planes going down this year.
Oh,
And who? Oh, shit.
Yeah, I do have a
my
question.
God.
I do have a question.
No, wait a minute.
Just to- you know what?
flying those
Even
planes that
better.
are Going down.
Just ask them if they're glad Charlie Kirk is gone. Just ask them, are you glad Charlie Kirk was unalived? Just ask them that.
Lots of people and women.
Sir, you're an idiot.
Have you not Maple MAGA?
Jeannie.
and from Canada.
That's Maple MAGA.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that first word, babe. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Jeannie, age and location, who you voted for, please.
I'm 47. I'm from Las Cruces, Arizona, and I voted for Trump.
Las Crucible, Arizona.
Are you still supporting him destroying our country?
All right, I have a question.
No, can she answer the question?
Yeah, we're not talking right now.
I do.
You do, okay.
I don't like everything, but I do still support a lot of it.
Something you don't.
I'm not down with the the blocking us from speaking of certain groups.
Freedom of
I don't like that
speech,
too
yeah.
much.
I have a question for someone. CJ in the comments, you're saying host answer. What the fuck are you talking about?
Because I kicked the Andrew guy that was getting all those gifts, and he was like, "Oh, y'all kicked him for existing. Bring him back up."
Are you guys glad that Charlie Kirk is gone?
Can you guys please just wait till... Why is...
Just to boost up the viewers.
Fuck you.
I am happy that Charlie Kirk is gone because we have one less hateful fucker that we have to hear from.
Oh, it's part of the peaceful side I always
There it
hear
is.
about.
Shut the fuck up! God damn it!
Wait your turn.
First of all, if Andrew wants to come back up, someone needs to send me and Buddha a galaxy. And Hurricane.
Period.
Don't send him shit.
Hey, just send me something.
Send him nothing.
Send the money.
Send them
the
nothing.
funds.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah. And just send me something.
Send
Anything.
him nothing.
You know what? For Love World, I didn't mute you the entire live. I muted you for 1 minute. And this is the question that you fucking just tagged me in. He
Can I
said,
ask a
why
question?
would a racist wear the teeth of a race he hates? Can you explain to us why does Israel have the largest skin bank?
Shut up. Boring
Animals. They gave the blood of the animal.
Taught who hate all Jews.
He was in over, I believe, 53 different duels in his lifetime. And at the time that he did these duels, that was not a very popular thing to do.
Bewitching, what deck did he run?
Not that kind of duel.
The Shadow Realm is worse than death, because it sends your mind to a place of infinite torment.
And then,
Seamus, I just wanted to point out that these are not those kinds of duels.
Boo!
Caitlin,
These are the old school Hamilton style duels. These are the 10 steps and pew pew at each other type of
You know what?
duel.
Let's bring back those duels.
Hey, there's 2 states you can have. I think it's, what is it, mutual combat, something like that. Mutually agreed upon combat. You can no weapons, but
something like that.
With this.
No, there was just.
Let's go ahead and bring.
How did we just
back
randomly get
the
33 people here? What the fuck?
Single shot.
Good,
I don't know.
good evening,
What
guys.
the
How you
fuck
doing?
Hello, everyone. What is happening?
I don't know.
What is going on?
What is happening?
I was going to ask you a quick question about the prompt. America needs to unite. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
So basically, what I mean by it is I think working Americans have been divided as far as like identity politics, like race, religion, gender, sexuality, and our mutual interests are economic. And I think, you know, the average American has more in common with their neighbor than they realize. And if we would just put our damn swords away and stop demonizing each other, maybe we could get somewhere.
Isn't that just you asking that one side completely concede on all social issues?
How does that even fit into
Well,
anything?
here, I'll help you out. So, is it the case that the right wing is going to stop saying that it's immoral to LGBTQ marriage is immoral, that teeing up the kids is immoral, things like that? They're not going to stop saying that, right? It's the core of their belief structure. That's part of their religious belief structure, especially. So if that's the case, why would they just give that up for money? Why would they just give that up for money?
It's a religious belief to not sterilize kids. That's new to me.
What's new?
You're the first person to say that it's religious to say that sterilizing children is like religious.
Well, that's not just it. So even if they're not,
that's what
even if they're not sterilizing. No, I didn't actually say that. I said not teeing up the kids, whether it's sterilization or not, right?
Well, if you're gonna end up doing.
What do you mean by teeing up the kids?
Well, I want to use TikTok-friendly words so that I don't cause any problems for this live. So, I think you know. I think you know exactly what I mean by teeing up the kids.
Yeah, with hormone replacement therapy, right?
That's only one way. There's other ways to do it.
Yes.
There's other ways to do it too, which is
stop that.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
How is that wrong?
How is what wrong?
First off.
How is wanting to not sterilize kids wrong?
It's not. I am in full agreement with it. But what I'm pointing out is when you say that the both sides need to unite, right? What you're really saying is that one side, for the purpose of money, needs to give up on social issues, because otherwise, how could they unite?
That's not saying that at all, Andrew.
Well, then explain it.
No, it's not. That's you putting your spin on it.
Then explain it.
I mean, no, if the sentiment is, if we're referring to, like, the quote-unquote left in the Democratic Party, that they need to put away, you know, all the woke shit and talk about kitchen table issues again, then yeah, that's a part of the problem. But again, I think just in general, the whole electorate needs to stop flinging shit at each other.
That doesn't. But do you understand that's not saying anything? The core social issues that we're dealing with within right-wing politics and left-wing politics are core to moral issues for both of them. Why would one side give up on those social issues for money? Right? They wouldn't do that.
No one is saying that.
You did. You said they need to come together under an economic platform because they have more in common with their neighbor than they don't.
But that's not saying that either side needs to give up on certain aspects.
Then how are they going to unite, sir?
Literally by being adults and saying, you know what, we can agree to disagree. Let's come together for the greater good.
Okay, so how do you agree to disagree about teeing up the kids? Can you explain how we would agree to disagree about that?
We aren't even. That wasn't even what Seamus was saying.
That's what I'm asking him. I don't need your help.
No. What he said in terms of uniting is to come together mostly for the economic goal, and you're trying to bring up something completely
That's it.
different.
I'm contending with this with an argument.
Andrew,
I'm giving an argument.
What everyone else has been trying to kind of get at is the sense of, which is what Redbeard tried to get at. Hey, let's come together, set aside those other differences. Let's solve some of the economic stuff together.
They're not going. Listen, do you understand that you're not going to be able to set aside the social issues and just get along if I believe that what you're doing inside of your lifestyle is fundamentally immoral and awful? Why would I unite with you for more money, dude?
And genuinely, who votes off of...
Like, hang on again. Can you answer the question for me?
Dude, here's the thing, right? Majority of Americans, like, they can actually sit there and say, hey, you know, I respect your opinion, but, like, I disagree. And then we can end up finding stuff to agree upon. Finding ways of, hey, what would be a common goal be? We can disagree on ways to get there, but we might have a common goal. Then we
Well, that's the problem between the dialectic of the left and the right at this point. We don't have a common
There is
goal
no
anymore.
common
They want
goal,
something
yeah.
totally different.
Yeah.
We want to keep our pew-pews. They want to take them away. They want communism. We want capitalism.
Do you think majority of America is the far left and the far right?
Well, I think that...
Well, I think that that's a
people who are
false
self-described as-
dialectic. That's a false dialectic to say the majority are far right or far left. I think the majority are left or right. And I think that center right takes precedent with most of them. How you're going to come together on social issues, though, when at the federal level, we're talking about T issue, LGBTQ issues, we're talking about racial issues, we're talking about all of these things. Nobody's going to give any ground on those for the purposes of passing a budget bill, dude.
We aren't talking about social issues at all.
Oh, okay, dude. What are you talking about then? What did I get wrong here?
People on the left and people on the right who have agreed, hey, we need single issue bills. So if you're going to do a budget bill, hey, let's do a budget bill and only have it focused on the budget. We can take care of social stuff in its own separate thing.
Bro, they do that right now. What are you talking? That's not America uniting. They'll get together and do a budget bill right now and compromise between both sides for their earmarks and nonsense. That is not America uniting.
They don't do single issue bills.
Yes, they do. Okay, so what is raising the debt ceiling? What is that?
Dude, no. What I'm saying is it's not the majority of the bills are all single issue. You can sit there and be like, this is a bill about, okay, you know, it could be reallocation over to the defense budget. Okay, cool. And then you start reading it, and it's like, oh, we're going to send money to this organization in this one state. And it's like, where does that come into play? Oh, hey, how about when they were talking about giving us stimulus checks, and Biden signed off on sending money all the way to Hamas as a part of that?
Here, let me help you out here. Let's try it. Let me try it a different.
That has nothing to do with stimulus.
Well, let's see if we can. Let's see if we can just play this out logically. A single issue bill. Give me a single issue bill. Nothing else is in it, just the bill that the right and the left is going to agree on. What?
That's exactly what we're saying. They need to actually come together and fucking talk about it.
Yeah, but how do you do that when the dialectic?
The children in schools.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
start with
How?
that one.
How?
Well, best way would be to put returning soldiers or volunteers on school grounds with firearms.
And do you think the left is going to go for that?
If they're smart, they will.
No, the answer is no. Of course, they're not going to go for that, right?
The thing the right's been advocating for at least...
Yeah, they're not gonna go for armed guards inside of schools, especially not military veterans, because they'll say they have PTSD and are a danger to the children, and it'll make the teachers uncomfortable and all sorts of different nonsense that they'll come up with. The point is, but hang on.
Armed guards at banks. We can have armed guards.
Yeah, it doesn't matter in a vacuum, bro. They're not gonna go for that.
Then they're fucking stupid.
I don't disagree, but you see this, how this America needs to unite makes no sense. Any of these things that you would propose.
How about right? If you disagree, how about you go and tell your politician who represents you that you are for this?
We already do that. We already do that. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now.
What do you think campaigning is?
That's what we're doing.
This is like the thing of even what like me and Seamus agree on, and we have difference of opinions on a lot, is that, hey, if a politician isn't doing what you want, everyone, it doesn't matter if they're the Republican candidate and we're the Republican Party, or they're the Democrat candidate and we're the Democrat Party. No, you remove them from office. Sorry, and the issue is majority of people on the left are so much on the sense of, oh, well, we don't want someone on the right, so we're just going to vote for whoever's there. And then people on the right are the same fucking way that they can't sit there and be like, hey, how about we get these people out who aren't representing us?
Because both
agree that needs to get done.
No, they don't agree, and here's why. When you're talking about representation in Congress, it takes majorities. It takes majorities to do. We're not going to get rid of a Republican that we disagree with for a Democrat we really disagree with. That's crazy, and neither are the leftists.
That's also not what I was saying either.
Bro, I'm giving you the factual, logical argument to what you are saying.
Just tried to say that for like the Democrats, right? If they didn't agree with the Democrat candidate, that they're not gonna, okay, we're just gonna let someone Republican in. Well, no, you could actually sit there and be like, hey, we're gonna have a Democrat contest the chair. And you
Oh,
can
gee,
have
why
them
didn't
sit
anybody
there
ever
against
think of
them.
that before?
No, you can sit there and have them run against them. You could also sit there and be like, hey, we'll just vote for an independent. After all,
Oh, you mean all the
independents
things that are
decide
up for options right this second. Got it. Boy, way to change the culture on this one, bud. Yeah, you're right. They could just vote somebody else in. Gee, never thought of that before. Wow, got us.
And none of them care to. No one on the right
Because
cares
because
to. No one on
power,
the left cares.
listen, power is collective.
So question, Andrew.
Go ahead.
How would you get both sides to reach across the aisle?
You don't. You don't get both sides to reach across the aisle. Here, let me explain. Politics is about power and collect.
you wanna cause more division.
Bro, can you let me at least make the point before
Well,
you
I'm trying
attack
to
the point?
understand where you said that they
Then
can't
let me make the
aisle.
point and then attack the point. That's fair. So here's the point. You're not going to be able to reach across the aisle with leftists, especially not on social issues. People aren't going to compromise in their morality for the purposes of more money. On top of that, you have the other problem that inside of democracies, power is brokered by collective action. So even if there's a really shitty Republican who I disagree with but votes most of the time with the Republican Party, I'm still going to keep him in office because to risk him against a Democrat is a terrible idea. We don't need to come together. We need to continue to amass power.
So, and that's
Thomas Massey's a great example of that.
You would rather have somebody who's not representing you and your people in office. That is a massive problem.
No, it's
I'd rather have
not.
somebody who
If
slightly
listen,
represents
let me
me
ask
than
you this.
doesn't represent
Then
me.
let me ask you this. Let's see if that logically tracks. If it was the case that you had 3 representatives in office who really didn't represent you that well, okay, they didn't represent you that well, but they went with the collective action of the people who were in office who did represent you well, and you would risk their seats by putting an opposition party member in if you brought them out of that, if you recalled them. Would you recall them?
Actually, yeah, I would.
Oh my
recall
God! Then
them,
you're
and
stupid. I don't know what to tell you. You're just a dummy. You're just dumb.
To say that you get to answer.
Go ahead.
me.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes,
You're right. Go ahead.
Recall them and try and put somebody else that actually is going to represent.
Even if it risks their seat to the opposition, then then that's stupid. That's just dumb.
No, because so many of these politicians think that they're just untouchable. They need to understand that they aren't, and that the people are the ones who are in control of this nation. It's not this government who somehow has, all this power and just rules over them. No, they are public servants. They answer to us.
Do you realize how silly this is? All you're saying is that you would give up the collective of power to your enemies in order to make some kind of political example of you're not untouchable. Well, that's great. Now you have a Democrat and broke up your majority. That real smart, bro.
Andrew, that's a nice way to frame your argument while putting words in my mouth. I never said give the power to the opposition.
Then why would you risk the power of a majority?
I don't want people who are corrupt and aren't actually serving me in office.
Then you're risking the power of the opposition.
Oh my gosh. It doesn't matter what political party they are.
It matters.
Everyone should be on board with, hey, if these politicians, one, aren't representing the people of the United States, aren't serving the people of the United States, they need to be removed from office. They are not untouchable.
But why would you risk? Hang on. But if it's why would you risk it?
all that.
But why would you risk it if you were getting 80 or 70 or even 60 or 50% of your agenda passed? Hang on. Why would you risk it if you were getting that much of your agenda passed if you would lose your ability to pass the rest of your agenda because the other side isn't going to play the same way? They're not going to be like, oh, you know what? You're right. Just on basic principle, we're just going to stop all our shit now. No, they're going to seize power, dude.
Because I don't want tyrants in office.
That's not the way to get them out, by losing the collective check that you have on them.
The easiest way to get them out is to simply vote them out or show them, hey, you aren't gonna sit in that chair anymore.
No, it's not.
The other way to do it, our founders actually said how to do it in the Declaration. And
what did they say?
I would not disagree with that.
What did they say?
By force.
No, that's not what they said in the Declaration.
What they said. Yes,
pull up the Declaration and show me. You're referencing Thomas Jefferson.
Of the people to overthrow a government that does not represent them.
No, I think you're wrong. Actually, it doesn't say that. Pull it up.
Really, what does it say then?
Oh, I think you're referencing Thomas Jefferson, who said, "From time to time, the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants." That's what I think you're referencing.
Actually, no, and I have it pulled up. It says, here it is.
Go ahead.
It is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and provide new guards for their future security. That's one of the 2 times that it's referenced in it. Let me go ahead and pull up the other one.
Pull up the other one.
Where is it? It is the right of the people to alter or... Oh, sorry. Let me start at the beginning. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness.
That doesn't... Wait a second. That sounds like voting people... That just sounds like voting people out of office, right?
Anyway, and that's before... It goes down
and
then says, hey, you can throw off such government.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Oh, like literally overthrow them.
Really? Where does it? It doesn't say that. It doesn't say you can go in and, overthrow them.
What do you think it means then, huh?
Well, so what they're saying, what the founders were talking about specifically was that they were having trouble with taxation from Europe. This is what their main kind of grievance was, and because it was hurting industry inside of the 13 colonies. They would have loved to have had a peace accord absent taxation.
This is actually interesting because it never actually references the government from Britain in this paragraph. It doesn't.
Who do you think the Declaration of Independence was written to, bro?
Cool. Anyway.
Hang on. Who was the Declaration of Independence written to?
Hey, Andrew, it later on talks about Britain, but in this,
no shit.
Says, these are our inalienable rights, bound or given to us by our Creator.
Yes.
Hey, we have the right.
That's correct.
To take the government and tell them, hey, you aren't gonna fucking sit there and misrepresent us, push us around like we're fucking nobodies.
So just to make this clear, you think we should overthrow the government?
Oh my God. Later on, it goes on to say, hey, here is where Britain wronged us. But
so who are they talking to?
This is a generic...
Who do you think they were talking to?
They were talking to a monarchy.
Yes, they were talking to a king. They were talking to a monarchy in England.
So you don't think because it's saying, hey, these are endowed to us by our Creator with certain inalienable rights.
Bro, the very...
Hold up.
Go ahead.
They're not talking to a president of a constitutional republic.
Hang on. Let him finish. Yeah, so let me explain this to you.
And then it continues that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, continues any form of government.
Yeah.
Not, hey, only when Britain does this.
Yeah. Have you ever heard? Have you ever heard of the Whiskey Rebellion?
Yes.
Okay, so the Whiskey Rebellion. Hang on, shut up, lady. So the Whiskey Rebellion is simply put, when there was taxation, which was put on farmers for the purpose of repaying the war debt, they rebelled, and the United States government did what?
Yeah, they can literally.
Kicked before we could get to the fucking point. Because some fucking broad had to butt in. They always have to butt in. Excuse me. Excuse me. I know that this is really a good debate, but I need to insert some fucking stupid opinion that I have that means nothing every fucking time.
It is not her. No. Of course. You did what you must.
Every fucking time. Shut up, lady. Can we just finish our debate real quick? No. I understand the point he was making. The point he was making was that you always have the option of force for overthrow. But that really wasn't what the intent was after they federalized the government at all. But it's talking to these people is always difficult. 1 second. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We got more invasion to go, but I got to take a leak real quick.
Atreus, I am coming.
Don't let him take me. Mother, help me! Monster!
Atreus, I am coming.
Why didn't you trust your own son? Mother, help me! Monster!
Atreus, I am coming.
Why didn't you trust your own son? Don't let him take. Junkie way. Mother, help me! Monster!
Atreus, I am coming.
Why didn't you trust your own son? Don't let him take me!
Atreus.
Sorry about that. Had to go take a leak. Yeah, I just wish that there's always a woman who starts screeching when you're in the middle of a debate. Drives me fucking nuts, dude. Drives me fucking crazy every time. You're like in the middle of a heated debate and, excuse me. He's like, shut up. Would you just shut up? Please? Shut up. Let us finish what we're doing. Now. I need to be heard. What were you going to say? I was going to say, I was going to say, hi, guys. That's what I was going to say. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Time for an obscene profit break. You guys thought you were going to get away with something, huh? You get hours of entertainment without an obscene profit break. Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, it was an interesting conversation, and we were about to land the point where he was going to agree with everything that I just said, but no. Had to have a fucking woman come in right when I was pointing out the very first thing that the federal government did with its newly found power was put down a rebellion. Just was going to point this out to Doofus, who wants us to give up our power blocks so that we can stop the corrupt politician and hand it over to the left, which these fucking insane people do this shit all the time, and it drives me crazy. We're not going to give up power blocks to the left. We're not doing that because we're not stupid. See how that works? We're not dumb. We're not going to give up collective power. Not going to do that. But it is time for an obscene profit break, ladies and gentlemen. Wake up. Wake up and send me all of your money. I bet You could have changed his mind. I don't know if I could have changed that guy's mind. Why aren't we witnessing the they banned me completely from their channel. I guess the shut up lady was just too much. She said, "Excuse me." And I said, "Shut up, lady." That was it. That's too much. Andrew, I was baptized last Sunday. Well, congrats, man. I'm glad. Was in a debate with a lefty. She blames all men for pew-pew crimes, refused to acknowledge the grace statistics I brought up. No shock there. Yeah, shut up, lady. Always the same way. Just like, shut up, lady. Yeah, not one step back, man. Drives me fucking crazy. They can never grasp that you first take power, then refine and clean up shop. Exactly. Without power, you can't do anything. Peter White for $10 says, if TikTok as a collective representation of the average American, we're fucked. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And it's not that far off from that. Excuse me, said yeah, I know. Candy said, don't, and then tell us it's time to unite. Yeah, no shit. No shit, Candy. You're right. Randy says, did the founders lay out conditions where rule would become tyrannical enough to justify? Yeah, exactly. Actually, they didn't. No. They didn't lay out conditions for that. And he's referencing the 2A there. Or, I'm sorry, not the 2A. He's actually referencing an overthrow. And I was trying to point out to him, like, look, what they did with collective power was stop an overthrow. You have to have collective power. Do you understand? But we couldn't get that far. Here's money because my kids aren't getting it for college. Appreciate it. I'm a woman and women need to shut up already. Well, that one did. Nathan Myers for 15. Here's some beer money. Rank these Christian rock metal bands. Striper. Striper's good. Demon Hunter. Haven't heard them. Skillet. Haven't heard them. 1,000 Foot, Crutch, and Red. Haven't heard any of those except Striper. They're a good cover band. Johnny says, George Washington, Cincinnatus of his time, thrower off of tyrants, only president to physically take arms against his own people. You were lined up with the runway, but decided to land the plane on that lady's face. Well, she just could not help but interject herself. Andrew, what's your favorite metal album? Injustice for All. Bombadil says, I felt you getting kicked in my bones as you told her to shut the fuck up. I didn't say shut the fuck. I just said shut up, lady. John Dempsey sent in $20. Very kind of you. Shut up, Meg, says Enzo. Apocalypse says for $50, that was getting good. Too bad her ego got in the way every time. Coom Tunes on vinyl picture disc would be sick in 1SB. That would be pretty funny. That's true. By the way, I borrowed your Kirk Palestinian is a phobes argument when calling into a YouTube stream. Got instantly kicked. Hope it's okay to borrow those positions. Let me make this unequivocally clear for all of you who may be new to the Crucible. Arguments are there for you guys to take, refine, make better. I'm not a gatekeeper. Never have been. You don't have to be like, oh, credit goes to Andrew Wilson for that. I don't care about that stuff. You know what I mean? You don't have to credit me with arguments. You don't have to do any of that. The whole point is to put that stuff out in the ethos so that you guys can use it, refine it, make it better, and kick the shit out of people with them. That's the whole point. Zeno sent in $100. Very kind of you, Zeno. Jamie says for $5, if I was rich, I'd send you thousands. I would take it. My favorite show, not one step back. You've confirmed or changed every worldview I've had for the better. Good. Good. Smoky Man, Bad Woodburn. I have a template already made. That would be awesome. Principal Skinner, thank you for the 20. Over on the R side, don't think I've forgotten about you. Joe says, if putting your shirt inside your pants means your shirt's tucked into your pants, when your shirt is out of your pants, does that mean your pants are tucked into your shirt? Perhaps. Perhaps. The housing discussion was interesting. Earlier this summer, Sam Cedar had Ezra Klein on and discussed the failure of leftist policies. They're much more honest with each other than with us. True. For the grift, says Turunga, appreciate it. We're getting there, boys. Let's pull in some more supers and get back to this invasion. I was having a good time, too. Who let that dishwasher think she could speak to you? I'm going to change the ringtone to that. Excuse me. Shut up, lady. Yeah, you should. Marry a fit-based person and have some babies. Then don't get divorced. Easy peasy. Well, can't always help it, man. Here's a $5 for getting kicked for telling a lady to shut up and she kicked you. I don't see how that shows why women should have power, but oh well. Let's see. I asked my girlfriend to marry me, and she said yes. Feels good, Smoky Man. Thank you. How can I be a Clips channel? I wanted to put the 4 you did, but you said Clips channels. Didn't sure I qualified. I think we got enough Clips channels, bro. What's the name of that sweet song playing when you went to the bathroom? It's called Rip Rich and Roided. Chief Smoke'em says, Andrew, thanks for being a savage and for helping me find my way to Christ and look into Orthodox Christianity. I'm happy for you, man. Happy for you. Dude, no good convo happening here. It's all Andrew talking. What the fuck? Where are the debaters? What are you talking about? Most of the time, I don't even get a chance to talk. What do you mean? One of those panels, I didn't even get a chance to talk at all. You said it's a little bit of cash, and they got super jealous and kicked me right off. What are you talking about? Have you thought about trying Zen? Really hate watching you smoke cigs, man. Yeah, I'm gonna quit soon. Relax. You know, it was a step-by-step thing. First, start working out. Now I got into the habit of working out. Next is quit smoking. You ever walked up to a urinal full of dark acidic pee? No. Well, yeah, but yeah, I don't want to. I'd rather not discuss it, honestly. Can we get an Andrew Wilson Minecraft stream? No.
If we have the chance to eliminate him before Ragnarok, we shouldn't hesitate.
No. Yeah, speaking of which, Mr. E brings up a good point. Need to get to the dono chat. Sorry about that, guys. Got a little bit distracted. $10 comes in from CRS Scott. He says nothing, just want to show support for the stream. $10 from Trans Alien. Tell Mr. E no technical difficulties tonight. Just stay on prompt. $10 from Miss Rachel. Crush those commie bastards. We crushed one commie bastard. $20 from John Coomans. Here's 20. Love the invasions. Not one step back in 1SB. $10 from Troy. Says, what's your thoughts on ice? The kind that goes in your drink or the kind that collects up illegals? Because I like both. $15 from Fifi. Says, W. Andrew, W. Rachel, W. The Crucible. Thank you. Huge $50 dono from Steve, the cheap SOB. Thanks for reminding me. Don't want these guys going underground. True. $5 from Caveman Dave. What's the weakest animal that would still easily defeat Destiny in combat? A ferret. I feel like a ferret could take out Destiny. $10 from Anonymous. Got to replace the Expedition. Minimal grifting for a while. N1SB. Carry my broke ass chat so I can buy another vehicle. Well, good luck to you, man. $50 from Johnny Pound. Since you're CIA, here's $50 if you choose to accept it. This dono will self-destruct in 5 seconds. Were they CIA in that show? That's an old show, way before my time. It was, what was that? What was that fucking show called? Come on, brain. What was it called? With like Agent 99 or whatever. Get Smart. That's what it was called. Get Smart. $20 from Sarah Lee. I stole my husband's credit card just to say hi, Miss Wilson. Very kind of you. $100 comes in from Steve. Says, I meant to send this to them, but accidentally sent it to you. Hate it when that happens. $20 from Ironside. Coming from Canada. I appreciate you, brother. I'd be offering you a trade. Canada will consume your liberal left if you take our conservatives. I would take that trade. $50 from Just Me Jason. Here, take my money. Now let's get back to keeping me entertained. Yes, sir. $5 from Isaiah. This show is the shit. Cheers and onwards. Onwards and upwards, my friend. That's it on the Dono chat side. Mr. Enigmatic, please count it all up. Put it on the Dono bar. Sarah Knight Jenkins for 5 says, on a local level, how should right-wing people fight back against leftist doctrine? The same way, you have to collectivize. You don't have a choice. It's a democracy. You have to remember that it's power that we need more than anything. Power.
These low-income people, non-Christians, everybody that wasn't a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant is to blame for him dying, but that's not true. It wound up being one of them. It was a groiper. It was a white terminally online.
He's not even a wasp either. He's like Polish, actually.
I'm kind of with you, Home. Like, I do agree there needs to be more of it.
More of what?
Like, more of, like, you know, we need more racism.
More what?
More what? Why do we need more?
I'm
what?
sorry. I was trying to do a screen.
Pure was literally confirmed to be a liberal. What are you talking about, James?
Let him talk. Let him talk. More what? You said more racism? More what?
Yes, no, you made me laugh because you were goofing on me. But I'm with you. Like, we need to speak out more against black people being racist and actually call it out more.
Black people can't be racist. They can be prejudiced.
Racism doesn't
people
even
aren't
exist.
part of the power structure.
What are you talking
No, they
about?
can be. They can hate another race. You can hate another race.
No, they can be prejudiced. Racism.
I just think that racism means hate. I'll scare my. If you give me the right to, I'll share my screen and show you the definition. Racism means hate.
Oh shit! Okay.
See where this is going.
We're alive.
Can see where this is going.
I'm just not in the mood for it tonight. Just like coming up and saying, "Oh,
No, exactly.
Let's have some fun, boys.
On some silly bullshit." I'm good there.
I mean, it says in the rules, racism bad. So yeah.
I always thought it was weird when people would hyperfixate on black people being racist, because even if, like, statistically black people,
Racism means hate.
oh my god, like, even if statistically black people and white people are equally racist, there's still going to be more white racists. So wouldn't you want to solve
Order
bigger problem before
33.
you go and hyperfixate on just black people being racist?
Order 33.
I mean,
well, they're not.
As a white person, all we can do is not be racist. That's the biggest step that we can make. As a white person, just don't fucking discriminate against black people because of the color of their skin. That's it.
Yeah, that's true. It's just the start. But I just want to let everyone know who's in the request. Please, because there's a lot of people requesting, I want to, if the host's okay, do a screening before you come up. What do you want to talk about? Because we're not just going to have you crashing out and yelling slurs at us because you
That's
feel,
fair.
you know, entitled to do so.
Totally
So
fair.
Please tell me
Follow the
what
TOS.
on the prompt
Mess them
or
up
what we're
anyway.
saying on the panel
While following
is enticing you
TOS.
to join this live. If it's just to slur and be hateful to us, you can scroll on. Thank you very much.
That's totally fair.
Andrew, what would you like to add? Or Jack? I don't know. You want to
Oh,
clarify anything?
well, good evening to you guys. Thank you for having me up on the panel. I really appreciate it. I wanted to dive in. I guess there's two topics that caught my interest. The first is on racial issues, where can you tell me again? Is your definition of racism has to be power plus prejudice?
Are you asking me? I'm sorry, Andrew.
I think it was Homestead Project who was making that argument.
Yeah, that was me 100%. I don't believe black people can be truly racist. They can be prejudiced against white people, but they can't be racist because there's no underlying power structure there. Like maybe at a particular company, you go to apply. Maybe there's a black CEO, black supervisor, black team lead, black this and that. Yeah, maybe as a white guy, they can single you out. Okay, but that's a very isolated incident. You know what I mean? On a whole, there is no.
Can they be racist towards white people in South Africa?
Oh, definitely. But those motherfuckers deserve it.
Why is this guy's music playing?
I don't know.
My wife is live streaming the Bad Bunny concert, and that's not gonna stop. So.
Can you mute yourself then? Okay, well that was just worthless. Does anybody else take the same position that the idea of racism has to include power plus prejudice?
I think it's just a really niche definition. It makes no sense. Why not just use the most commonly used definition?
Yeah, I mean, we can use the academic definition. We can use the colloquial one. It doesn't really matter.
Well, then, I mean, if we're using the colloquial one, then definitely BLK people can be racist towards white people, yeah?
I'm not gonna lie, the left, they love academic definitions so much that they'll basically ostracize large parts of the population simply to say that black people can't be racist, even though these people, like white people, for example, they'll just experience racism, which is really dumb.
Well, it sounds like we got a lot of agreement here, so I would like to just ask the second question. I heard an argument going back and forth, which was stating that the unaliver of Kirk was a groiper. Do any of you actually believe that nonsense?
Yeah.
Okay, can you give me your evidence for it?
Just what the media has published.
Okay, what?
Memes engraved on bullets, and so on and so forth.
That's
His
not
presence
that.
on online forums.
Okay, what presence on online forums would lead you to believe that he was a groiper? Which forum? Where?
I mean, it seems like you made your mind up, so I'm not gonna argue.
No, it's your claim. I need you to explain where I can find the information which would demonstrate.
Shit, buddy, because I don't argue with people that John Brown would have shot. So, whatever you want to do.
Hey, I've got a question for Andrew, actually, if it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Quail.
Hey, could you, by chance, I got this really tough olive jar that I need opening. Do you think you could help me out with that?
I can.
Are you sure? Do you need like a paper towel or something to wipe it off?
If it's greasy.
Oh, I know you are, Andrew. God damn it.
Wait, are you the Andrew that podcast rage baiter who does all that like gotcha questions with women?
Does it seem like I came in here to do a bunch of gotchas, or did it seem like I came in here to do a debate?
Shut up. You're not even that intelligent. What's so funny is
I'm more intelligent than you are.
Wait, according to your ideology, why should we debate with someone who can't open a pickle jar? Like,
Wait. I destroyed the pickle jar. The pickle jar was eviscerated by me. What do you mean?
No, you were not. Do we need to pull up the clip?
Pull up the clip. I eviscerated the pickle jar.
Andrew. You eviscerated it?
Eviscerated it.
Part of your Christian values.
I don't know.
The olive jar.
Okay.
The olive jar gave me some trouble, but no, never again. Don't worry about it. It won't happen
No, because the
again.
pickle jar, you kind of struggle with that one too. I don't
Here's
know.
the thing. You know what's really funny, right? Is that I'll go viral over and over and over again for a silly ass prank, and nobody will ever remember your fucking name. I just want to point that out.
Cool. Andrew.
I just want to point that out. The rest of your life, that'll be the case.
I mean,
Don't be remembered as
we all end up in the. I mean, Andrew, we all end up in the same place. It's called the grave. In 100 years, no one's remembered. So, you know, if you're remembered for 50 years, great. We won't all be alive to see it. So, you know, kudos to you.
So anyway, did you guys want to do this debate or not? Or did you want to spurg about jars?
I refuse to debate with people who can't open pickle jars, because even if I lose...
Do you debate with people who... Well, I don't... That's fine. I don't debate with people who lisp like you do either.
You can't
That's fair.
force your ideology on me,
I know. Dude, stop lisping at me, bro. Stop lisping.
Ideology on me, Andrew.
I know. Dude, stop lisping at me, bro.
All right, I was not comfortable with that. All of you who came to see Andrew, this is a space for good faith engagement, not to platform charlatans who make misogynistic claims on the internet. You can peddle that in other people's lives, but not here. Thank you.
It's
that
crazy.
has been the disclaimer.
Real quick, all of a sudden, his physical capability is unimportant now that a man says it.
Oh, weird. Also, just want to I know it's really cringe to address the comments while on the panel, but all of these like bootlickers in the comments, not a single one of you does he know. Like, he doesn't know a single one of you. So just
Actually, I probably do know some of them.
Pieces of shit.
Cope. Here comes the cope.
Jack, I don't know how we got on this side of TikTok. Have we made it or something? Did this?
I think you guys are famous now. That's awesome, dude. Congrats.
Tamar, did you know we got famous?
I'm kind of confused on
100 people isn't that wild. I've taken care of channels with like thousands of people on it before, so it's not.
Thousands of people, you say?
We were in the presence of Andrew. Andrew, a known YouTube podcast personality. You know, he's like B team Andrew Tate level.
defeat
I don't agree.
Not even that. Like he's like.
Well, I mean, I don't want to
way
just like sit here and just like talk about like
Host.
like a particular.
Oh, that's
person,
fair. That's
right?
fair. That's fair.
You know what I mean? Like it's just.
Host. So I don't know if he's
honestly,
come in.
But his
I don't know if
followers, they're all hypocrites. Because, like, why are they following
I mean, the more
someone
we talk about
who
them,
evidently
the
can't
fucking-
force a pickle jar to open? Like, he doesn't
They're just
believe
gonna keep
women
jerking
deserve
off.
rights because they can't force
No, they're
us
staying
to
in here because they're
uphold
mass
these
reporting the
rights.
host right now. So what they do is they go into lives. As soon as he says something and gets kicked or muted or anything, they'll mass report you. All of them will.
No, we
like
don't.
your live was probably going to get taken down in like 5 minutes.
Nope.
man.
We don't do that at all. Never have.
Jack, you want to do a restart? Let's
Yeah,
do a
restart your live. That's
'cause
why I
this
came up here. I was telling you to restart your live. I follow Andrew Wilson around to every live, and as soon as he gets kicked, I tell the host to restart because you'll end up getting banned. So to restart your live.
That's cool.
Yeah, man, no problem.
I mean, it's not. I'm just saying thanks for the host, but.
Quasi, I'll follow you. Follow you.
No, you're still talking about it.
Did you hear him? He said he follows Andrew Wilson around to every live. Let me show you how you defeat such interlocutors who lie on your good name. So if he follows me to every live, then he knows that we specifically don't report people. I specifically tell people not to do the reporting thing on TikTok. And most channels never get taken down. Most of the time they do, it's because they themselves have broken the TOS of TikTok, not because of me. But I'll show you how you defeat them very quickly.
It's kind of lazy, to be honest. Like, I think it's like very lazy reason.
Going against this current government, current foreign policy. So, for example,
yeah,
don't believe in the government that sent chip manufacturing over to Taiwan. We would have that production here. It was bad government policy, bad monetary policy, bad foreign policy that caused it in the first place, not free market capitalism. So in the world that you're arguing against, which is my world, where we're non-interventionist and we're a free market capitalist society, that wouldn't be the case. So we wouldn't give a fuck if China invaded Taiwan.
I'll give you an example of something that would be the case in your
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So comparative advantage, like something that can only be produced in one region of the world that we can't produce here, regardless of our monetary policy. And that place is under threat of invasion. It's something that we need.
Okay.
So we would probably have...
Okay, so China invades, takes over that country. Now they control that resource. Now what?
Now they probably stop trading with us because...
By the time he tracks that audio down, we'll already be elsewhere.
We got to that. This is... The fuck? Is he desperate?
Well, yeah.
I don't understand why people follow people like that. This man, there's no one like or something like that. I don't get it.
Essentially, yes. That's what they think.
So
more cope.
So in this world, like someone like Nick Fuentes, for instance, can say whatever he wants, and he'll get people that, I don't know, people that feel disenfranchised, and they'll be like, you know what? I agree with your beliefs. You make me feel special. I'm gonna follow you around everywhere. Kind of like how the Beatles had groupies, you know.
I didn't even talk to him though, and they're like, Andrew cooked you. He cooked you, and I'm like, I didn't even say anything the entire fucking time.
So I don't know if you know what Red Pill is, but that's what Andrew Wilson is.
Oh.
He's like C team Red Pill. Like he's a
Basilisk. Were you in here for that?
White nationalism at its best.
Yeah, he makes his living off of debating like corn stars
on the whatever podcast.
Yeah, on the whatever podcast.
Even though I was there to debate with them.
That is the most Red Pill podcast I've ever seen.
Even though I was there to debate with these people.
Joe Rogan, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, Basilisk. That Andrew guy that went viral for not being able to open a pickle jar. He came into my live. Somebody shared it in his Discord or whatever, and like 115, 110 of like his followers tried to like mass report my live. Basically,
no, they didn't.
Because one of my mods kicked him.
What a lying sack of shit.
So like people like Andrew,
I got famous, you know.
People like Andrew Wilson and Ben Shapiro, they don't ever like bring good arguments. They're not good debaters. They're just fancy with their word talk, and they corner you into making a mistake, and bada bing, bada boom.
They're fancy with their word talk.
Jenga, right? Because like
fancy word talkers.
As like leftists, we have to always be like genuine with our words and stuff like that. So if we like even mess up in the slightest, like they get to like kind of knock over everything while they get to like roll around and shit all day.
Yep.
Kind of sucks.
I'm just wondering when the cooking. I'm just wondering when the cooking started. He just like was screaming like a maniac at a guy I didn't even know.
I wasn't screaming at
guys,
all.
I've got a question. I'm not a leftist, but I just have a question for you guys.
Is that your dog?
It is my dog, yes.
That's what's up.
Thank you. So, like, 90% of the time when I see leftists, they're just like, a lot of the time they're dysgenic, and then they're like weirdos and just like misfits.
Dysgenic, yeah.
So I was wondering. You don't really look dysgenic yourself. You kind of sound like a woman, which is weird. But
I don't know what a woman, how he sounds like a woman.
What dysgenic is.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's that fancy word talk.
Explain that word to me like I'm five.
It's pretty.
Dysgenic, it means basically you have like bad genes.
I mean, I eat my fruits and vegetables, but
Like they're usually like almost misformed. Like they
Spot
all.
on, bro. I'm ugly as fuck, bro. I'm cooked.
That's unfortunate, man.
Let me tell you, man. I'm telling you. I'm old school politics. I don't know all these.
what do you look like? Are you dysgenic?
No, I'm pretty good looking. I'm not like, looks maxing, but
Is that why your dog's your profile picture?
nah, my dog's my profile picture because he's my fucking man. I love my dog.
I'm sorry, that was rude. I was just having fun.
No, it's fine. No, I was just wondering that because it's like, seriously, it's very rare. Or, okay, not all leftists because there are a lot of people, but like the ones who are like super left wing, they're like always just fucking like weird looking. They like are obsessed with all these weird ideas, and they're just like.
By what standards are
misfits.
they weird looking? That's.
I mean, pretty hot. Like what?
I mean, I think I've seen
Go
more
ask
right-wingers
him
look
about
like
it.
misfits
Go ask
all the
him about
time.
it.
They all, wear trucker hats and wife beaters and look
Is
a
that
little
true?
inbred. But
I
look
just
at a
don't
Trump
see.
rally.
I don't ever really see that.
Yeah, I mean,
I've been to a
I
Trump
look at
rally
hog
before.
rallies. Yeah, I look at hog rallies all the time, and I see a bunch of hogs, right?
Like I've been to a Trump rally and it's like, the turkey, the buck teeth, the fucking overalls, the hats, the flag.
Oh, guys,
Like,
that
then
wise,
he's
that
never
kind of
been to
thing.
one ever.
I don't know. I mean, I went to a Trump rally in like 2015, and it seemed like a lot of the people were normal there. I do live in a city where there's not a whole lot of big, giant, fat people, though. So,
Yeah.
your mileage may vary. But just like every time I see, like, especially like Antifa types, they're all like just.
Oh, yeah. I thought
It's
people
hard
was,
to
decked
describe.
out
You guys-
in,
you guys know what
black
I'm talking
clothing and
about.
masks and
No,
stuff,
I
right?
don't. But I want to ask you. I want to ask you a firm question. When did you get so hateful? Like, do you understand? Like you just come out spewing hateful rhetoric, and we're being nothing but respect. We're like you're insulting the host. You don't know this guy.
Honestly, I think you're misidentifying the problem. He's in a room full of men, and he's judging everyone's appearance.
Well, I think you should judge people's appearance. There's a lot that you can learn by the way people
Yeah,
look.
yeah.
So, like,
there is, and right now I'm looking at an ugly person right now with behavior that's deplorable.
No, I'm
What do you mean by
pretty
judge?
handsome. I'm tall too.
What do you mean by judge
I'm in
somebody's
shape.
appearance? Do you mean like if they're like wearing like a funny hat, or if they just?
You don't think you can tell like
if
the way
they're
people
a certain
dress? The
color,
way, you can
like-
even tell like physiognomy is real too. I really believe in that.
Quick. So like if we're judging off of appearance, right? If we're looking based off of appearance, right? That means that the stereotypical MAGA person is unoriginal, has zero creativity, has nowhere to look except for other men for any sort of inkling of what they're supposed to do. Is that the people?
Any of that
No?
appearance?
I mean, that's
They
not
got
really
the-
an appearance. That's more how you
His
feel.
wife is still in here.
No, I'm
It's
saying
like-
because
in here right now. Oh,
I'm saying
Andrew Wilson's
the
wife
straight
is still
leg.
in this live right now. I'm just letting you know.
His wife.
Look at this
Yeah,
guy.
his wife is in here right now. They're all talking to him. They're all talking to her.
You guys still worried about Andrew?
His wife is still in here. Evidently, he's.
I mean, I really don't care about Andrew or whatever he's or his wife. I don't care.
You guys seem to be still talking.
I blocked you. Let me just mute
I
the
mean,
women. You can have a nice day. Please be safe. May the Lord split you in peace.
I would never debate
his wife.
crazy is you guys say you're all about good faith debate, and then you guys kick the guy who actually wants to debate you over a pickle jar comment thing.
Yeah, because Andrew's the same guy.
Wilson's comment. Sorry, go ahead.
Andrew's the same guy who said
I don't think
that
that's a good
because
faith
men
debater.
have all the force, women should not have equal rights, right? So why should
Not
we
the
treat
argument.
Andrew as an equal if he is a weak man?
Not
and
the
has been
argument,
proven
you
in front of
fucking
all of us?
idiots. Not the argument.
Like you just described that you will not have a good faith debate because of ideology.
People should have equal rights as strong
Fucking people don't even
This is
understand the
an
argument.
entire ideology, an entire debate with every single feminist. But all of it said we should give him
Now
equal
you're,
rights
changing,
to
now you're
everyone
changing
else.
the target here, bud.
So what's
You're
that guy's
changing the target
name?
completely.
The Great Night Ape. So what
Andrew
Andrew
Wilson's
wanted to do-
ideology is
Andrew
public.
didn't
It's
want
not like
to
we
come
don't
in-
know him.
Andrew didn't want to come in and have a good faith debate. He wanted to come in here because he has good vocabulary. He wanted to get them in a gotcha moment and clip it. Like that's not.
He doesn't have good vocabulary. His vocabulary is a bunch of phrases, but
Like,
not
he-
really.
he's not a
I've
good
met people
debater.
with more vast vocabulary.
He only debates porn stars on the other
Guy you don't
podcast.
want to talk about. You're just
So,
writing.
so are these guys porn stars?
He has good vocabulary.
Wait, who are you guys talking about?
Andrew Wilson.
I don't know who that is.
He's a red pill guy that fucking yells at porn stars for being porn stars, bro. Like,
Oh,
that's
is he that podcast dude?
Yes, he is.
Wait, the guy who can't open the pickle jar. That guy.
Yeah.
He was in.
Him not
That's
opening the
funny.
pickle jar isn't even the worst of it. Like he genuinely believes we should just have a might meet makes right society, which is the stupidest ideology.
Well,
of
I
them
mean,
all. Like,
that's
we can
kinda
go back
how
to
the world works,
barbarism,
though.
and his ideology is perfectly represented in barbarism.
That's just how the world works, though.
Live in a might.
So we're not caveman anymore because we've advanced.
I mean,
past
yes,
being
yes, we are.
Like, bro, so you genuinely think you're a caveman and you're trying to debate with me? Why should I?
Oh, well,
debate a
I'm
caveman?
telling. Here's the thing.
The cope
you
is the
can,
best
like,
part.
Make all these moral frameworks.
The
Like,
cope
I'm sorry,
is
right?
the best
yeah,
part.
Like, yeah, like, I understand your ideology, right? Why should I take your
No, you do.
into consideration if you're a caveman? And in the end, you only want to fight if you disagree. You actually deep down only want to fight.
If
Why should
I'm
I care?
stronger than you and I can subjugate you,
Yeah, so why should I debate
like,
you?
Why does anything you say matter?
Yes, exactly. So why should I debate you if I know that you don't care what I have to say?
Hold on. I think that actually, I think that's what you're doing is you're proving icy, right? When you say like, you can beat him up. So like you're just
Like, bro, like,
what's
you
the
on the
point of a
street-
debate? Hold on, icy. Like, what's the point of a debate at that point if you're just gonna fight the person, right?
I want you to go on the street and someone attacks you and you debate them. That's essentially what debating Andrew is.
So,
because in the end, he only believes violence is a means to.
That's how the world works, bro.
Does any of this have to do
So
with
why
the
should we
debate?
debate you?
Well,
I'm not even trying to debate
I guess in like courts and stuff, they're not debating. or
Wait, so you
anything
came up on a
like that,
debate
right?
panel to just like shoot the fucking breeze and not debate? Like, what are you talking
No, I came up here to tell you that leftists are all weirdos and
So-
dysgenic, but
That's fine.
That's
fine.
beside the point.
Do justices like
dysgenic?
Hold on. Do
I can write
justices
it
like
down. I'm
hold-
just
hold on.
like,
We gotta do one more. Gotta do one more. Have to.
Courtroom or what?
We have to. We got. Yeah, of course he's trolling us. Of course he is. And it's fucking hilarious watching these fucking people twist themselves into mental gymnastics. He only debates porn stars. Wasn't he here debating you? Are you a porn star? Well, no. But you have to understand that his argument that I just made up is one that I disagree with, that he's not here to defend against.
But he has not. So I can mute you. Cry about it. Why don't you?
so
The left are dissing whatever you guys are. This is part of it.
This is not part of it. Like in this instance, the left is being extremely charitable.
They were extremely charitable. They muted me and kicked me because I was kicking the shit out of that guy on his bullshit. And they knew. They knew the second I asked for evidence that this dude was a raper that was the end of that. So they did the same thing they always do. Mute and kick. Same reason that I demanded that if I do a debate with Parker or Dean, it not be on a video live, but it be in person. Because that's how these people operate. They always operate this way. Yeah. He just talks good. he just talks good. Fucking piece of shit. He's good talk speak. Tired of that guy's good talk speak. You know what's funny too? Like, I don't know why it is the case. Leftists should never be Southerners.
It'd be like super far right.
They should just never be Southerners.
I don't think Trump is that far right. I think he's too right.
Ever. There's nothing more pathetic than a Southerner who's a leftist. With that accent, you can't have that accent and be a leftist. That's just inappropriate. Okay, it's inappropriate. Yeah, it's mind tricks, Jedi mind tricks.
Echo chamber.
Let's see what else we got here.
Yes. He was good. He's a good op.
He's not really op.
Substance abuse and mental health problems.
Don't care.
Buy taxes. What is this conversation?
No, no. You're a firefighter. How
it ain't a magic circumstance. All of those.
What else you got, Moon?
I just said it's a blanket statement. If you do that to someone, then yeah, it's wrong.
So do you think that anyone who goes to churches that were built during that period of time should be, castigated against because those churches represent a symbolism of that time period?
If you are a person who agrees with the idea,
how can you tell me you have
should not be
sympathy
allowed
for
to have
Charlie, but you
communion
deny
with
this
your-
history?
Again,
Ooh.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't be allowed to fly this flag. I'm saying you should make the choice not to. So yes, anyone who does associate themselves with that branch of Christianity, I would say you yourself are putting yourself in the line of fire. And that if it were me, I would not associate myself with that branch, and I'd convert to a different, or even a different religion entirely. I wouldn't. Obviously, I'm a Christian, but I would not associate myself with that branch. That's the reason Protestantism is so wide and varied. We have mainline Protestantism, we have evangelical, which I don't like specifically, but whatever you want to say. Again, at the end of the day, no, you cannot blame the average person who doesn't know, but if you do know what's going on and you still remain in that church, then yes, that is wrong.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I did sprain my hand opening that olive jar just now. It's going to be, the medical bills are going to be fucking insane, so I am going to need some assistance with those medical bills. I may have broken every bone in my body.
The same,
at least in my hand.
Used like
Thank you for the
Christ of Jesus on it is representative of people who used to persecute those who didn't believe in that. So you're saying
Is that what I
anyone
said?
who wears a cross? No, so that's what it
Is that what I
though.
said?
People.
Is that what I said?
Here's what
So
I'm-
are you
this is what-
claiming? Wait, stop, now stop.
What I'm saying.
No, wait. So look, this is the thing. Everything you just said, no, that is not what I'm saying. That's a straw man. What I said was, again, also just so you know, all of the denominations you mentioned do not use the crucifix.
Ow.
They just use a flat-out
Ow.
cross,
Shit.
and they do not have they do not create the crucifix or the cross. So no, this is not the same situation where you have if the Confederates had stolen some sort of symbol, which they didn't create, and then used it for bad, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. But they created the Confederate flag.
That's great that you mentioned that, because you know that not the Nazis in Germany didn't create the swastika. So you're saying
yes, I'm saying the swastika is not a bad. I'm telling you, even to this day, the swastika is still used in Hindu temples, but the swastika with a red background and a white circle, it's known as the Yahtzee symbol. But just the swastika with no background at all,
Jim Bob did good.
It's a religious symbol. How could you
I
get
watched
mad at
that whole
someone for
debate.
using
It was great.
Okay, so if there was a group of people going out there waving flags that didn't have that background but had a swastika on it, you
Does look
think
painful.
that would be appropriate?
For religious purposes, yes.
Okay.
If they're spouting the N-word and saying I'm a white supremacist, then no. That
Why
would
is
not
it
be
always
right.
older Southern
Because then
men
they're
with a
taking
cowboy hat
a
that's
nice
in for every
symbol and
chick?
turning
I
it
don't
into
know,
hate.
bro. Here's
Okay.
$5 for your weak ass olive jar hand, mean.
Yeah. So
if I had feelings,
again,
that would hurt him.
My ideology here is always like it's what's the term, coherent and cohesive. Like I'm not gonna give up my morals for people again, because at the end of the day, a wooden cross, literally just this, a wooden cross, the Quakers didn't invent it. Again, I'm saying their denomination. Again, if you go to a Quaker church, that doesn't inherently, maybe you don't know about that. Just because you fly the Confederate flag doesn't necessarily mean you know about the history. But if I tell it to you and you still refuse to stop flying it, then yes, I will hold you accountable. But just flying it out of ignorance, how could I hold you accountable because you haven't heard the truth? Once someone hears the truth and denies it.
So if I tell you about the history of...
It's taking fucking forever. It's taking fucking forever.
And a general purpose and being for the American population.
Well, that can be debunked really, really quickly. So he said that...
Taking forever on that one.
So I need to substantiate that. I need a source saying that. Or something showing an example of Asian people oppressing black people in China.
I mean, there's tons of videos on it of
You have to
people who
understand that it's not about minority versus majority, because white people can be the minority in a place and still have the systemic power, because that's how white supremacy works. Asia, the entire continent of Asia, has the biggest amount of skin bleaching. The reason for that is because white supremacy. So again, you have to substantiate that quickly.
Honestly, I respect your point on that. I guess I just didn't understand the difference of anti-black and racism. If you're speaking on racism in terms of like who
For the
holds
recovery,
the
the
power
olive
and
jar
who can
chocolate shake fallacy.
benefit
Appreciate
from
it.
and I didn't even
It's
consider
gonna be a
the
long
fact that
road.
white supremacy can have its influence outside.
At least I
of
knew it
America
was an
for
olive jar,
sure.
not a pickle jar.
So
Yeah,
in
duh.
terms of that,
Here's a 10
I
spot
would
for weak
honestly
internet
have to
grifter
agree with the
hand.
prompt at
Hey,
this point.
Yeah, so white supremacy has touched
this recovery is
80% of
gonna
the
it's gonna
globe.
take a
So
while. I can
I'm
tell.
glad that you have some more nuance now, because sometimes people think it's about numbers. A lot of white people like to say, "Oh, well, what
The
about
alcohol
this
helps
country?"
dull the
Saying
pain.
random countries where there's mostly black people. But you also can't show me how those black people are, or those non-white people are systemically oppressing someone else. All right, so you don't disagree anymore, right, Bea?
No, I can go ahead and hop out.
Okay, sister. Well, you have a good day, okay?
Thank you, you too.
Bye-bye. Name, age, race, and pronouns.
Who, me? $22. Wait. Well, I can't hear you all. I don't know if it's a buffer on your Wi-Fi or not.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to give us your name, age, race, and pronoun.
Yeah, I just did.
You said about male. That's not a pronoun for him.
I also said I'm white, 22. And, I'm white, 22, and a male.
Yeah, so
pronoun.
mail is something that I get from Amazon. We're going to need to know your pronouns though.
I'm a he, him. I'm a straight white man.
There you go, he, him, great. So let's go ahead and get your thoughts on the prompt.
So what you guys are saying is only white people can be racist?
Correct.
No, they're making a stronger claim.
So
They're saying YT people are inherently racist.
Yeah, I already know you're gonna say like.
Here's 22 the man that
answer
destroys the
prompt,
leftists I
answer the
review, but
prompt
gets destroyed
before
by
I
an
ask
olive
this
jar.
question, but,
It is strange. Superman had kryptonite.
why
Andrew has an olive jar.
Why is there no way? Like,
True.
what do you?
Then I don't know why you would be answering the prompt then.
Can I talk real quick?
If you knew that we were going to say that, why would you not just start off with answering the prompt?
Can I talk, man?
We can talk with answering the prompt.
Can I talk?
Yes. So answer the prompt.
I'm not gonna answer. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think you understand this right now. You're gonna be answering the prompt.
Or what?
You gonna get
You gonna drop
killed.
me?
You can just sit on mute.
You gonna get killed.
Why are people telling me that Andrew Wilson?
What
Who the hell is
excludes
Andrew Wilson?
BLK folk from being racist? You don't want to answer that, do you? You want to keep muting me? Freaks. You don't want to answer that? Come
15
on.
left. Let's go.
Just drop me at this point since you don't want to answer.
Come up here prepared to debate. We don't want people with questions.
They were saying that he was in the request real bad.
Good evening.
Hello, Andrew. Let's get your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I'm 41. YT. He, him is fine.
Okay. Your response to the prompt.
Yeah, if it's the case that YT people are inherently racist, then I don't even see how that could be held against them, because that would be an immutable characteristic, right?
So I don't know what's the confusion here. So do you agree or disagree with the prompts?
Well, if it's the case, that YT people are inherently racist, what would be the problem there if that's immutable, because it's inherent?
Yes. So the problem is that racism negatively impacts people. Yeah. So yes, whiteness.
So
in
YT
itself,
people are just bad people because
so
it's
whiteness in
inherent?
itself- I'm sorry. Do you have a problem with listening?
No, go ahead. Let me know when I can
Yes,
speak.
I will. Yes. So let's go ahead and do that. So as far as what the prompt says is that white people are inherently racist because racism negatively impacts people. The prompt is talking about the concept of whiteness and how identifying and being a part of the system of race in the category of whites negatively impacts non-white people. It is an essential part of whiteness is to oppress other groups of people. It is to separate yourself and putting yourself above others in the racial hierarchy. So yes, that does negatively impact people. But we're not talking about whether or not you think it's a good or a bad thing. We're talking about whether or not you agree or disagree that white people are inherently racist. So do you agree or disagree with that part of the prompt?
Well, can we agree that inherent means existing
Sir,
in
do you
something
agree
which
or
is
disagree?
permanent,
Do
essential?
you
Well, I
agree or
disagree. I disagree. I don't think
Great.
it.
So now let's discuss why you disagree.
That's what I'm trying to do. So my disagreement is, if it's inherent, that would be existing in something as a permanent, essential, or characteristic attribute. Your position is that it's inherent. Therefore, if it's inherent, they can't help it. That can't be a bad attribute. They actually are following their nature at that point. Correct?
That's factually incorrect.
It says existing in something as a permanent, essential. I wasn't done.
I think you're struggling to understand what inherent means.
Okay, tell me what it means.
So like you just said, it was a permanent, essential, or characteristic way. An essential part of whiteness is to oppress people. It is not an essential part. Does not mean that it has to be permanent. As you just read, permanent, essential, or keyword or
Characteristic attribute.
way. So white, it is definitely a choice socially for white people to identify with whiteness.
Then it's not.
As long as we maintain the social construct of race, then we're going to have whiteness a part of it. Race was constructed, so it can be deconstructed.
Well, then if it's a choice, it can't be inherent. Silly.
Yes, it can.
No, no. Well, can I make the argument? Can I make the argument? So one more time, existing in something as a permanent, essential, or characteristic attribute. If it's a permanent essential, it can't be changed. And if it's a characteristic attribute, are you just saying that it's the character of YT people to be racist? It's in their character?
It's the character of whiteness.
Right.
It doesn't say whiteness, it says YT people, sir. What is it? Does that say YT people or whiteness? It says YT people.
By way of the system being race and subsequently whiteness.
Yeah, but that says YT people are inherently racist, which would mean
I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking Spanish.
Do you know what what are YT people, sir? What are they?
Individuals who have been socially classified and socially racialized as white.
Okay, well then, if that's the case, then YT people being people who are socially classified as being white are inherently racist. Then that's inherent. They can't help it. You see how that works?
Oh my God!
No, inherent does not mean can I help.
Yeah, it says it's permanent. If it's permanent, how can you help it? How can you help a permanent condition? That would be an impermanent condition. That would be impermanent. That would be non-permanent.
No, I think he's already got the point, but he's just like trying to not actually engage with the point. I think that's what he's trying to do.
I'm engaging directly with the point.
So you can either engage with the point, or we could just move on to the next person.
I mean, if you're sad that you're getting whooped in this debate, that's fine.
You're not going to convince me that you are too dumb to not understand the point that was just
You
made.
said YT people and then gave a classification for YT people and said that inherently those people are racist. Inherently those people are racist. It's right in the prompt. We can all see it.
Those people are racist.
The people are racist. The people are racist because they exist within the system of race, which is classifying them into the category of whites.
So can those people help it or not?
Race, shut up.
Just answer the question, dude. Can they help it or not?
Shut up! I'm not answering.
Yeah, I know
shit
you're not
while-
answering
while I'm in the
shit.
middle of talking. Maybe if you waited till I was done talking, then I would be answering your question. But you don't know how to shut your fucking yapper. So, like I just said, race is a system that was constructed. It is a social construct, meaning that it can be deconstructed. Every social construct can be deconstructed. So if we are talking about white people within the confines of whiteness, that means that those people who are within the category are in fact inherently racist because they benefit to the detriment of other people. That's racist. So I don't know what's the confusion there.
Well, let me explain it again.
It should have been very clear the first
I'll
time.
explain it again. So if it says I asked you for a classification of YT people. What are they? You gave me a classification. That prompt says YT people are inherently racist, not whiteness is inherently racist. You are putting the people category by your own descriptor and saying they have an inherent characteristic which makes them racist.
The inherent characteristic is white. The inherent characteristic
Exactly.
is
The
white.
inherent characterization of that people group is that they're racist, which is, by the way, very racist.
But they choose
This
to
man
be
is dumb.
socialized and racialized as white. The whole point of the argument is that, hey, whitey people, as long as you continue to associate with the systems of race and the racialization of whiteness, you are unfortunately inherently racist by way of the system, which means whether you choose to engage in racialized actions of disenfranchisement or not, there is an institution of violence that will co-opt your very existence to do violence. Racialized violence. What's so hard to understand here?
Well, I'll explain again. Because when I asked what the YT... What?
We're not going in no circle. I can
Oh, so you refuse to engage in the argument even though I'm engaging in good faith?
I can promise you that we're not going no circle. You are not engaging with the points being made.
I will engage it. I'll engage with the point.
Either we're going to move forward into the point as to why
They're
you
muting me, by the way.
disagree that they're inherently racist, or we're just gonna move on to the next.
Well, I
person.
disagree, and I'll give you my argument for disagreement.
I promise you that we're not gonna keep doing the circle.
Okay, well, so here's my disagreement.
Justify our point. You're going to start making a point.
Okay, so
as to why you disagree.
here's my disagreement. See, I don't think that the classification that you gave for what YT people are can be inherently racist unless you're some type of genetic determinist or something. Because you gave the classification. Do you realize that, you T freak?
To do with genetics.
Do you understand the argument now or not?
This has to do with social classification.
Then why did he classify YT people the way he did, sir?
Why did YT people classify themselves as YT in the construction that they did?
You think that a YT baby classified themselves?
They did so in order to justify the systemic oppression of everyone who was not YT. That is what makes racism intrinsic to the concept of whiteness.
Did you not understand his question?
No, they just don't get it. Like, I don't know why they don't get it.
We're gonna talk one at a time. Let's be clear. It's too much one.
I don't know why they don't get it.
One at a time. Let's be clear.
There we go. Kicked.
It's too much one.
Kicked. But I want to listen to the cope.
This is what we're gonna do. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry. And y'all not tapping the screen? Y'all got me 50 shades of fucked up right now. I promise you, on my mama, y'all do. This what we're gonna do. Don't even worry about it. Don't. One op rotation. I'm done. All right, let me let my co-host up first. And if y'all feel like we jumping people,
Hey, y'all could be heard on live. Hold on. Did she hang up?
Yeah, I hung up.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't hang up. She didn't hang
If
up.
y'all feel like we jumping, I don't care. I'm only letting my co-host up first, and then y'all can let whoever's talking quickly. There's 20 people on my request. Y'all need to start popping up, or this live will end. I don't care. Where's Lady P? Y'all was talking to somebody named Andrew?
Was I bugging right now, or have I repeated myself about four times now?
You've repeated yourself multiple times.
Okay. I don't know
happened?
why
I had left.
I don't know why he keeps associating this to some weird bioessentialism argument, because I never said that. I've never made that claim.
15 left on the last op, Brad, because that's what we left off. Wait, where are we getting biologically from? Like, where are we getting that from?
That's my question.
I can explain. Yeah, I can explain.
Yes, make it quick.
So the argument I was having was with the other gentleman on the panel. I asked him what a YT person was, and he explained a people group. If you explain that it's a people group and then say it's inherent, hang on. Can I just finish real quick? It'll be 1 second. It'll be 1 second. Let me finish. If it is the case that you're describing a people group and then saying it's inherent to that people group to be racist, then that's biological determinism. I don't know what to tell you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is too.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is too. So if I said BLK people are inherently thieves, that's not biological determinism?
Racist. We know that MAGA is a people group. I'm now saying that MAGA supporters are biologically racist.
That's not a people group.
So just because the word
Nope, that's not a people group. No, it's not. It's a political affiliation, not a people group.
A political affiliation is literally a people group.
No, it's literally not. A people group, especially in this context, is talking about race.
Okay, can I please clarify the statement that was made?
By the way, I just want to because I'm getting over something. I just want to just my duties. Brad, it's technically 15 left on the next op because we did like half the goal before we got here. So it's technically 15 left on him. Okay, cool. There is 20 people in the request, so I don't know if you want to do half off ops today because it's mad people. So I don't know if you want to do $15 ops. We can do $15 ops. That's fine. Okay, they'll go by faster too. All right, so it's 15 left on Andrew and 15 on each op because there's 20 people in the request. We gotta speed this up.
Okay, so he didn't ask what white people were. He asked what white was.
Okay, what's a YT person?
Can I finish speaking, please, without you interrupting me, or are you just gonna keep?
I thought you were done. It was a really long pause. It was a long pause. I didn't.
Give me a second.
Bro, calm down. It was a long pause. I didn't know.
The same way you demanded.
Dude,
that I stop
no meta. Just make the argument. No meta. No meta. No meta. Just make the argument.
While I'm talking. The fuck?
Yeah,
thank you.
You're still not making it. Just make the argument.
I clarified, right, that the very concept of whiteness would refer to the socialization, right, of a demographic of individuals based on the concurrent ideals of what it means to be white. Because that is consistently shifting. I'm clarifying now why I said that. Because that is a consistently shifting
It wasn't
premise.
your argument I was referencing, dude. It was the other guys.
Oh my god.
It wasn't your argument I was referencing. It was the other dudes.
You got it.
Do you understand? It was the other guy's argument.
This is pivoting because when Ricky was first speaking, and you thought that Ricky was going to prove your point when Ricky said that I said that it was I didn't call it the people. You didn't ask me what the white people were. You asked me what whiteness was. Then you came off mute and you were responding to them. Now that they're getting ready to explain their argument again, now it's I wasn't talking to you. Stop.
No, he was referencing that he was talking to me.
Or if you cannot behave, we will go to showtime. That's not a problem. Childish as fuck. Grow up. Childish as fuck.
Unreal, these fucking people.
Grow up.
They'll just filibuster the entire fucking. No, I ran. They kicked me. They kicked
everybody
me.
Was just in here gifting him.
They fucking kicked me. You just watched them kick me.
That you sent to him.
These lying. There's the worst lying fucking mother. These fucking people are the worst liars ever, dude. Worst liars ever. They kicked me. Oh,
Jenny,
he quit.
Let's get your age, name, race, and pronouns, please.
My name is Jeannie. I'm 47. I'm a Caucasoid, and what was the other one?
That's interesting. Your pronouns?
Oh, she, her.
Okay, and which topic do you disagree with in the background?
Did she just use an outdated slur term?
What?
Yes.
Caucasoid? Come on,
Okay.
man. That's a scientific term.
Oh, can you substantiate that?
Scientific.
It is.
Okay, great. Substantiate.
That's why these people are so frustrating to talk to, and why having debates with them in actuality is so easy. The reason why I excel in one-on-one debates with these fucking people is because none of them can actually track their own arguments or make arguments. Like, these people were speed prattling the entire time and not even saying anything. You hold their feet to the fire, their own argument, and they lose their shit, they just mute you. And then act like they're affronted because they can't speak for 8 minutes uninterrupted. It's fucking ridiculous. But anyway, that was a really good invasion, boys and girls. That was a good invasion, and I had a lot of fun. And we went a little over with time. Okay, we went a little over with time, but that's all right. Sometimes they're going to go a little bit over. Sometimes we're going to be enjoying ourselves too much, you know. We're going to be enjoying ourselves just a little bit more than we should. But you got to admit, this shit's really fun. It's really fun! What do you want me to say? It is super fun. Let's send you guys on over. Who's live right now? Who is live at the moment? Is Rob live? Hang on. I got to take a leak. I'll be right back. We'll have a little wind down here for a second. All right, so a lot of people ask on the invasions, they're like, hey, you know, how do I get involved? You know, I'd like to debate on TikTok whether I'm a part of the invasion or not. And I need you guys to understand that there's a couple of key components there for you. The first thing is that you need to have a lot of patience and realize that you're going to get muted 99% of the time because, especially if you're making a good point. So patience is a virtue there. Big time virtue. Very difficult for people. Even I lose my cool from time to time because it's so frustrating. But that's one. And then two, try to deliver your points very quickly and very concisely in a way when they have to argue with it, they go fucking nutso. Right? Most people don't have the patience for it. They don't have the patience to do this type of long-term or long game argumentation. And what happens is they get extremely upset, and they create vendettas and things like this because of how upset they get. Don't do that. You don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. As personal as it can feel, don't take it personally. That's not your job. Your job is to eliminate their fucking arguments, expose them as being the lying fucking scumbag pieces of shit that they are. And channels never get big anyway on TikTok if they don't allow long-form argumentation. So always take that as solace, that if it's just mute and kick, these people are never going anywhere anyway. They really get offended by the classification cock. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Every time someone says you're an asshole, they need to recognize that you don't lose your mind talking to these people. I know. I have a lot of patience, surprisingly, a significant amount of patience for people. So don't take it personally. The ones that you should be worried about are the ones that will do long-form debates with you, and there are some who will and are good at it. Those are the people that you need to be prepared for. So just going to throw that out there for you guys. I want to see if Rob is live real quick. How do we do in chat tonight anyway? What was our peak at? Anybody know? Anybody know what our peak was at? I have no idea. Muting on TikTok is equal to them yelling over you in a conversation because they don't want to hear you. Yes, that's true. I need your patience. My little sister is a woke leftist. Just take your time, man. Take your time. They're not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. 8.7 tonight. 9K. I think it was like 11,000 between the platforms. Not too shabby. What are we at right now, anyway? I don't even know what we're at right now. I'm sure this late it probably dropped down significantly. I have no idea. I haven't been paying much attention to it. I don't see anybody live either. There's got to be somebody. Is maybe Speakeasy. Speakeasy's usually live on a Saturday night. Mad respect for how patient you are. Appreciate it. I don't know where to send you guys. I don't know if Speakeasy's live or not. I have no idea. Let me take a look real quick. I wish he would change his name. It's so hard to fucking find this guy. Nope, he's not live either. Damn. Maybe just nobody's live at the moment. Is Pearl? I don't know. I'll send you over to Pearl if she's live. Oh yeah, she is. She is live. What do you know? Well, enjoy it over there, guys. From all of us here at the Crucible to all of you out there in Crucible land. I hope you enjoyed the shit out of the invasion. It was a lot of fun tonight. And I'll see you guys again soon. I don't know how soon. I'm gonna be traveling a bit this next week. But you know, I don't like missing our invasions. It's our quality time together. What happened to the conversation with Steven last night? He had some other things he had to get to, unfortunately. So we just rescheduled. But anyway, that's what happened there. So. From all of us here at the Crucible, all of you out there in Crucible land, have a wonderful night.
I can't, I'm not saying it's easy per se, but if I had to do a hierarchy of hard jobs, I wouldn't put it at the top. Okay, I wouldn't put my job at the top either. And that's kind of the impasse we're at society. You know, women, it's like we want both. We want to do whatever we want. We want to not give men authority over us. We want to say, hey, you know, you have no authority over me. Oh, pretty cool. Thanks, Crucible. That's awesome. Thank you, Patrol. $100 super chat. Thank you. It's not my birthday, but thank you. Wait, who said it was my birthday? It's not my birthday. I mean, it's getting closer, but don't remind me, all right? I can't celebrate them anymore. I'm over 25. I do appreciate it. Did he say it was my birthday? Rachel, thanks for coming. But that's really where we're at an impasse in society. Because we just have a tendency, I can't believe you said $100. Thank you. Wait, why are they saying, stop saying happy birthday. It's not here yet. I'm still 23. Stop saying it. Stop. All right. Andrew says happy birthday. No, it's not my birthday. All right. Happy birthday. Why are you guys saying it's my birthday? What the hell? How did I get 3,000 people watching? That's crazy. Andrew's got such good fans. Yes, I'm 23 and I'm a woman. I'm gonna gaslight you guys to eternity. Or I'm gonna say 40. That's actually my two answers in an interview. I just, you guys keep saying happy birthday and it's not my birthday. It's not happy birthday again. Happy birthday. Don't fret about your age. My wife has been 25 for the last 40 years. You know what? Maybe it is my birthday. You know what? Keep sending this. But this is what I mean when we're really at an impasse in society where women, it's like we said we wanted to work. And then the men said, fine, go ahead, go to work. And now we're like, this is hard. When I don't even understand why we're complaining, because do we want to look up a day in the life of the Amish? I can do it. A day in the life of the Amish. Yeah, I mean, I just can't imagine that this is better. I mean, I prefer my streaming life now. I prefer that.
I'm wearing Amish clothing in a horse and buggy.
All right.
Who have been joining in on
Hold
more
on, let me...
That should be our show.
Welcome to... I need to get through the YouTuber stuff, okay?
Yeah, still okay. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. 24 hours and let us
go to my right.
volunteer on the farm and kind of live with them and experience. I know it's a pretty crazy ask, but
go to see a doctor.
Yeah.
So we had the first experience of flying back and forth.
Wow.
But before that, I spent like 40 years here on the farm, and I'd never traveled. I could see my mailbox most of the time.
Wow. How was the flying experience?
Awesome.
To ask you a question.
Yes.
That seek discomfort mean? It's like you're getting out. And,
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
It's our motto.
I thought maybe.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
All right, I need to find a better one. Pearl, it's your day and night. Celebrate. I guess it is my... I didn't know I was born on September 20th till today. I didn't know, but I guess I was. I want to find... There's one I watched a while ago. Because I want to show the work that they do. And it just seems a lot more tedious than what we have to do at a marketing job. It seems a lot more tedious than the day in my life that I watch from women on TikTok.
Amish, and then there's a Schwarzentrooper Amish, the most extreme subgroup of them all. What I'm about to do...
These YouTubers gotta get... Alright. Whatever, you guys get the idea. I should have thought this more through. These are like 30-minute videos, and who's got time for that? But, you know, this would include taking care of animals. This would include... And I just want you to think of your average girl in the cities, okay? Do you think that they're able to take care of a cow, to milk a, do you think they're willing to get down and dirty with the fake nails and a pound of makeup and milk the cow and go pull weeds out of the garden? I mean, do you really see women doing that? I mean, do you see that as something city women are willing to do? And this is the problem. What we want to do is we want to make bad choices. We want men to pay for them. And you know what? I'm actually not even fully against women making bad choices. At some level, there's survival of the fittest, you know? I mean, there's always been spinsters in history who didn't reproduce. There's always been. I mean, it just is what it is. If you want to make a bad choice, that's on you. It's your life. I can't control anybody. But I do want you to pay for it. I really do want you to pay the bill, to foot the bill, not society, not your husband. Like, if you have a bunch of student debt, I don't know why the husbands have to pay for it. You can go get a sales job, honey. You know, you can go work in marketing or at a call center or Starbucks. So the next feedback I get from the feminists is that women had to step up and leave single mothers and be single mothers because men are awful and leave their families. And this is the biggest gaslighting of our time, deadbeat dad. There's this idea in that we really had for like 50 years in society that men are the ones that didn't just want to be fathers. That men are the ones that had no interest in having a family, and they were just these abusive, evil guys that wanted to leave women high and dry. They wanted to get you pregnant and just leave you there. Until you find out women file for divorce 70 to 80% of the time. Not only that, they abort a third of children, and a good chunk of those abortions are actually married women aborting their kids. So, which is it? It's like, again, women, we just have this tendency, everything that we want to do, we blame the man for. It's like women, you know, we always say that men will bang anything as women bang anything and then say that men will do it. We always say that men want to just leave their families high and dry as women leave their families high and dry to go party in Dubai or some bullshit. But women worked the assembly lines during World War II. Surely that means they were boss babes and awesome. Do you know what? I found out, and I'm going to grok this to be sure. I'm going to grok it. What percent of World War II, what percent of World War II was women in the factories? I think last time I checked, it was like 20%. 25 to 30% of factory workers. So, okay, this was the story I always heard in history class. This is what I always heard. The men went to war, women stepped up and took over the factories. So when I think of women stepping up and taking over these factories, I think it's going to be like 80%. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I hear this is a female-dominated company, I think I'm going to go in there and look around and see a bunch of women. And it's a quarter. Roughly a quarter of women. Up to maybe a third of factory workers were women. Meaning that 2/3 were men. And it just goes back to this, it's like never-ending gaslighting with these feminists. It's never-ending. I mean, they're saying that the men are going to leave the families while they're leaving the families. They're saying men don't want to be fathers while women are aborting their kids. They're saying that women work these factory jobs while the men were the majority of the factory jobs. It's like, feminists take credit for everything. And it just never ends. The next thing that feminists have a tendency to say is that women have to deal with more of a mental and emotional load being in a relationship or marriage. And I keep hearing this from feminists and women in general. They say by being in a relationship, they have to take on a mental load. Now, obviously, I have to Google what is mental load? Wait, okay, so a mental load is the unpaid cognitive and emotional labor of constantly remembering, planning, and organizing tasks needed to manage a household or a family. It includes anticipating needs, making decisions, delegating, and ensuring tasks get done, while often discussed in the context of straight relationships where women typically bear the majority of the invisible burden anyone can experience in various settings, leading to exhaustion, resentment, or burnout. Now, I really want to think about this. Who is the gender of chaos? Who is the gender of peace? I'm not going to say, not all. But if you had to pick one, which gender is more peaceful? Now, we already went through women are the violent gender. Women are aborting the kids, women are violent towards the elderly, women are violent towards children. Now, who's the gender that loves talking? Who's the gender that loves telling all these stupid details about our day? Who's the gender that's nice enough to listen? Who really is taking on the mental load of relationship? I'm sorry, ladies, I just don't think it's us. I think we bring an emotional burden that's really annoying into relationships. All women, right? I'm not even, obviously I have an emotional load. Every woman has an emotional load. Every woman, some higher, some lower. But at some point, men, when they have you as a boyfriend, as a wife, they're forced to listen to a bunch of bullshit they don't care about. And they're not going to tell you, they're nice people. They're not going to tell you to shut the F up every time you talk. Right? I mean, every time you say something annoying, they're not going to be like, hey, shut up, I don't care. I mean, some men will, but men in general are not, they don't say, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. They got to listen to us bitch about Love Island. They got to listen to us bitch about The Bachelor. They have to listen to us talk about, I even heard a guy say the other day that he didn't want a religious woman because he didn't want to debate theology. And really, it's like you try to bring a woman to church and now she's arguing with you about the Bible. It's like we just find a way to argue. And yet there's some idea that women have the emotional load in a relationship. I just don't think that makes sense. We have some more supers. Bitches love peace. What's your take on female educators' growing exposure of being predators to male students? It's clearly not being exposed like it should be. Again, everything women say men are, women are. For 50 years, women have called everyone and their mother a pedo. Everybody. And do you know what? I interviewed women on the street, okay? And one of these women claimed they were underage when I asked for ID. I was actually willing to take this video down, right? I did a street interview. And I asked for an ID. I said, prove it, because I thought she was like 20. And she wouldn't prove it. And I had a campaign run against me calling me a pedo because I had a sign that women came up to debate. I mean, this is the craziness. Again, because of what I do, I get treated like men get treated a lot of the time. But I'm going back to this. Everything women say men are, women prove to be. Women have said for 50 years that men are pedos. Yet women are the ones that keep messing with students. And, it's not just stats and data. I do think stats, data, facts, data, and statistics are a necessary evil for what I do. But the problem with them is you don't know who funded them, and people are very manipulative trying to win a debate, trying to win an argument. And I've always stood by the best way to figure out what's going on is real life. Talking to your friends, talking to your family, and what you see. Because nobody can manipulate your eyes, right? Nobody can manipulate what you see with your eyes. And when I was in high school, there was a rumor that somebody slept with a teacher. Now, I don't know if this rumor was true. I have no evidence. That's why I would never say a name or anything like that. But the rumor that this happened with, it was a female teacher and a male student. But, you know, that could have just been a one-off, right? Like, it's whatever. But when your real life experience starts to match up with the news, you start to think, huh, maybe women are the actual predators. So what's my take is that women have gaslit for eternity. I had offers in school. Yeah, I mean, you know what, I've heard a good chunk of men tell me that they lost their virginity to a female relative. And that's actually really sad to me. But I probably know 5 guys that have told me that same story. I don't know a single woman that told me that story. I think women are far more sexual than men. I do. Now, it's only certain men that see the sexuality that they display it to. I mean, we are naked in public, but I mean, like, the overt. I mean, look, because I know a lot of weird people, right? I really do. I know men that are so good looking that women approach them and give them offers for sex. Like, I've seen it. I've seen it. I like Andrew's audience. You guys, I like you guys here. All right, let me read the supers. I work in a warehouse with 90% men and one woman who's the biggest tomboy. We constantly have to help the one woman with physical labor. Why? Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Women will come into male industries, and the problem is men are such good people. And really, at its core, I don't know why women have this, feminist screaming and crying about fearing men, because when I look at my life, the people that have helped me the most in life were men. Really, to become the YouTuber I was today, when I was 22, I was a really curious person. I loved watching the Daily Wire. I loved watching conservative debates, and I loved YouTube. And so I messaged, like, a bunch of people. I messaged men and women asking, do you know anybody in social media? I said, could you mentor me? Could I just get on a call with you to, pick your brain about, X, Y, and Z? And the person that responded was, at the time, he was like the director of, like, in fact, I gotta be more broad in these stories so I don't. But he was somebody important in the media industry, I'll say. And he ended up mentoring me for a little bit for free. He ended up managing my channel, and this mentorship actually paid off. He made a lot of money off of me later, but in the beginning, like, he saved me so much time by teaching me how to do thumbnails, how to do titles. Another story, when I was in Milwaukee, I decided, this was before all social media. I've always just been kind of an odd person. Like, I've always just gotten odd ideas. And when I was in Milwaukee, I had this idea to call rich people, and I would just ask if they would hang out and, like, get coffee with me. And I got 3 C-level executives. One was a woman, to be fair, but to get coffee with me and just tell me, like, how to become successful or whatever, because I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do. These were Fortune 500 companies. Now, maybe it's because that's a 22-year-old girl, I don't know, but woman, you gotta stop calling grown women girls, whatever. But my point is, men are so willing to give advice for free. Men are so willing to listen to your problems for free. Yet, society just does not appreciate them. And when women go into male-dominated industries, there's usually 20 men willing to help her. And, when I worked in Milwaukee, I worked in sales and I sold copiers. No offense, great company, worst job in my life. I just did not like that job. But can you imagine trying to sell a photocopier, like, printer during COVID when everyone's working from home. It was just a bad time. But I remember they gave me one of the best clients. They basically took one of the biggest clients from this guy and gave it to me. And this female privilege, right? And there's nothing I could do about it, right? They just assigned it to me. And this guy was willing to help me with this client that the company basically stole from him and gave to me. There is Shane, thank you for the cake. Pearl, it's your day and night. Celebrate. Happy birthday. Okay, it's definitely not my birthday, but I mean, you guys can keep saying it if you want to give me supers. Lady relatives are easy pickets. What is wrong with you? Why would you say that? That's just like a messed up. Okay, you know. But in general, men really are good people. And I understand there are men that are not, but to be honest, when I see men that do awful atrocities, if you look into it, a lot of times they're going crazy through a divorce. Because a lot of men in this country, what happens is they're really sold a dream. They're sold that they can have a wife and children and they can have the American dream, buy a house, have 2 kids and a white picket fence. And they sign up for that dream. They sign up and the relationship is going really well. Most men, before they get divorced, they do not see it coming. They think everything's fine. But women have this subconscious mental load that they're holding. And out of the blue, what the woman does is after she gets the children, and they're usually around preschool age, then the woman decides to file for divorce. She steals the house, she steals his kids, and she steals his money. And a lot of times this is guys around like 40 to 50, and gray divorce is rising. So these men have worked 20 years to build themselves up just to have their wife rob them legally. And the society that a lot of times, the guys that I would interview that got hit the worst were a lot of blue-collared men. Like, you know, men that had pensions, men that weren't going to make the money back ever. And when they're robbed and they have to start over and everything important to them is taken, I understand why they crash out. I'm not saying it's good, but when women crash out, it's like over a mental load. Like, what? You know, when you're getting robbed and your children kidnapped, I can understand, you know, where you're coming from. But, you know, I interviewed men that will never recover. Never. Men probably would have cured cancer by now if they didn't have nagging wives at home. So I just never understood this feminist idea that men are such evil, bad, non-trustworthy people. Now, the next feminist lie I would say is every strong man had a woman behind her. Oh my God. Every strong man had a woman behind them, and the woman just didn't get enough credit. And again, this goes back to men's good nature. Men don't like making women sad. They don't like hurting the woman's feelings. So what tends to happen is the men let the woman believe that he couldn't have done this without her. Now, you know, my dad, I've talked about him a lot on this show. He's the most high-performing, efficient man I've ever met in my life. I beg him to come on the channel because I think he is so cool, and I think the world should see him, but he hates social media. But my dad would be a high-performing person if he did or he didn't have a family. He is that type of person. Elon Musk didn't have a wife and a kid supporting him. He got divorced, now he's got 10 baby mamas. But he's still going. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't like after his divorce, he couldn't, you know, he couldn't make Tesla. He couldn't buy Twitter. No, high-performing men are going to do high-performing things. And if anything, I would say that families hold men back more than they build them up because they are a responsibility. And I think that's actually the biggest lie that I see traditional conservatives push, is that the wife and the kids is somehow going to build the man up. Now, you could say that it could make him more fulfilled. I would say that could be an accurate statement. I could say that it's better for society that we have families. But, you know, if a guy, at the end of the day, working is a numbers game. Building a skill is a numbers game. And a lot of dads have 40 hours a week while the childless guys have 80. Who's going to win? Who's going to get better faster? And so what happens is women, because maybe they allow their husbands to work, or like maybe the woman stayed home with the kids and didn't nag and beg him to be home more. Let's say this is a picture perfect wife. The women still think he couldn't have done it without it. But high-performing, creative people, they tend to invent things. They tend to build society. Like, it doesn't matter if you take everything from them. They're just going to do it again. And that's why I say the men that get hit the hardest in divorce, they're not the high performers. I mean, if Elon Musk lost all his money tomorrow, or men similar to him, he would be fine. But it's really the men that get screwed are the average earning or slightly above average earning that really build and maintain the society. Many times they have a pension that the woman steals because they won't actually recover. If men, like my father, lost everything, he would just start another company tomorrow, I mean, they might not make like as much money as before because they had like 20 years to build it, but they'll do all right. They'll do whatever. So men are so nice that they allowed women to believe they had an equal part in their success. And instead of being grateful for that, women used that against them. And I think at its core, the issue we're having in society really with women is that we're just not happy people. And, I think a lot of times women have children to be happy, women get married to be happy, women put happiness on other people. Women will get a job to be happy, women will start partying to be, I use the two examples that are probably more good, but there's bad ones too, Women will do drugs to be happy, women will F Tom, Dick, and Harry, women will get divorced to be happy. And it's like we never stop to think that maybe your happiness is your problem. Men don't expect women to make them happy. Men understand that nobody cares. Nobody cares about their problems. That nobody's going to give them any sympathy. There's nobody. But the difference with women is we go out and talk about our problems. We get all the sympathy, and a lot of times we can build brands talking about our problems. There's a million women on TikTok. Like there's women that have brands built on their poor life choices, like getting out of debt, getting STD. Like it's crazy. But I think the women that mature, and there's not many women that mature, but occasionally I'll see a woman that life has just humbled her. And there's nothing, I think, more satisfying than a humbled woman, because you just never see it ever. And it's usually a woman where she either had a kid out of wedlock, or her baby daddy she took she got an incurable STD, like some L she took that was just ginormous. It was just super tough. And at that point, the world stops validating her the same way she used to, or the same way it used to. And sometimes women start to realize that it is their job to make themselves entertained, and it is your job to make yourself happy. Because if you're an unhappy person and you get married, you're just going to be an unhappy married person. If you're an unhappy person and you have a kid, you're just going to be an unhappy person with a kid. Ask half the people that complain about their mothers, right? If you're an unhappy person and you get your dream job, you're just going to be an unhappy person with your dream job. At some point, we as women really have to not even come together, but we have to look internally and say, maybe the reason I'm unhappy isn't my husband. The reason I'm unhappy isn't because I'm not where I want to be in life. The reason I'm unhappy, it's not a job. It's not because I didn't get invited to the latest party. It's not because I got kicked out of the friend group. The reason I'm unhappy is because of myself, is because I don't know how to make myself happy. And it's not until women can figure that out and figure out how to manage our internal chaos that we will make it everybody else's problem. And that's what the feminists don't understand. Most feminist women are just unhappy women that don't know how to deal with their internal chaos and they want to blame the men. Another example of things that feminists say is that men wouldn't let women fight in combat, but women could. Have you ever heard anything so delusional? Instead of women being happy to support the soldiers in any way they could, that was option A. Option B is we could do it. Like imagine going to a job interview and saying, I could do the job. I'm not going to show you, but just know that I could do it. Men would never do that, but women, we're just allowed to get away with this stuff. And the challenge is, so many people are paid off of lying to women. And, you know, people like me, people like Andrew from the Crucible, you know, people like Myron, people like Nick, they get crucified for being honest. You know, doctors are paid to lie to women. You can't weigh women at doctor's appointments anymore. How many times has a woman had a health issue? And instead of the doctor saying, look, bitch, you're a fat ass. You're fat, and you're going to die of obesity if you don't start losing weight. Did the doctor say instead, oh, we don't know what's causing this? It could be a variety of things. Because they don't want to get sued. They don't want to get in trouble. How many times have men wanted to say, hey, you're actually being crazy towards your ex-husband, and your kids are going to suffer, and you are being a selfish woman leaving your husband? How many men want to say that to their friends, their loved ones, but they can't? Because there is such a big punishment for doing that. You know, the next thing feminists say is that men gate-kept manual labor jobs so women couldn't get hired. Women seriously believe that we could do the infrastructure of society. We believe, you know what's crazy? I don't even think women could think through it. I think that if women had the strength of men, I think there's just some things that are out of our scope. And building things, I don't think women have that capability as much as men. And if we did, why don't we? If women really wanted to do those things, why don't we do them? Jason Blaze says, super similar to the video of the black guy filming the dancing family, and that guy is just unhappy. That dude is rich. I haven't seen it, but I can look it up. Do you know what he's talking about? The black guy filming the dancing? No? Okay, I don't know. During the fires in Mac, Alberta, I spent some time in a shelter in Calgary while I found a new place. Most of the guys were divorced and DL revoked because of late payments. They are stuck. Yeah, I know. And that's really a hidden crisis in this country. And that's one thing I really want to get enough donations for this documentary. I think we're actually going to get it soon. But really, I have been, in a way, crucified, I had lawsuits thrown at me. I had to fire a bunch of my staff 2 years ago because these women, they called me a pedo and had all these people flag my channel and get me demonetized. Just one angry woman did this. And it's because they don't want the truth to come out. I don't think, and the worst part is women are telling on ourselves. We do go on TikTok and admit to a lot of this. There are so many homeless men in this country that are homeless because a woman destroyed them and can never recover. And the worst part is men can't even talk about this. I mean, I've been hit with lawsuits from men trying to talk on my platform. And there's never as much money selling to women than selling to men. Men are willing to help anyone willing to learn, and we find pride in passing on knowledge. We don't care about your gender as long as you contribute to society. That is so true. I've met some of the some pretty wealthy individuals in my life, and I'll say most of them, they'll help you if you seem competent and genuinely curious and like you're actually going to learn from them. A lot of them will do it. Eva Braun took advantage of the poor mustache man. I don't know who Eva Braun is. Did they get me to say something? Why would you do this to me? I would not know who that is. You guys are killing me. And that's really the society we're in. Now, a lot of people say, Pearl, you just are always ragging on women. And you just, can you have a better take than just women are the problem? Now, I will say, because I am on YouTube, that not all women are like this. There are exceptions, but I am speaking in general. When I say women have a lot of power and women can do a lot of damage. And I think you're pretty naive if you don't think women have as much power as we do. Women, you have to be smart as a man. You have to always be 2 steps ahead, because one wrong move with a woman can screw you. I mean, there are men, I spoke to a guy who had 30 years in the military, and a woman accused him of doing something to her in his office. And you know what? If he didn't have a ring camera footage, if he didn't have a recording, he would have lost a 30-year military career. 30 years down the drain for nothing. He would have been. And that's what I mean. Women have that kind of power. Women have the power to get you fired. Women have the power to abort your kid. Women have the power to steal your house. And it's madness. Men have to be so careful. And the good thing about men is men will always figure out a solution. The smartest guy, like they'll figure out a way to be 2 steps ahead of women. Like, for example, I have a friend who's a teacher, and he teaches like instruments. He refuses. He will never be alone with a woman ever. He will not take that risk. And they do teach that to the men in the schools now. But that's the level of power that we have in society. We have the power to get Trump to give us back TikTok. We have the power to get Trump to be pro-life for our vote. Women, ever since we got the right to vote, we decide elections. The right and the left will tell us we don't. The media is catered towards women, left and right. There's a reason that the right has porn stars on. It's not, well, I guess maybe it markets to men a little bit. No, marketing to men is not the porn star in a flower dress. It's the porn star naked. Women have the power to falsely accuse men. And, I just think doing the interviews I did, I saw a guy who was a Bollywood actor, and he was literally, he had everything going for him. And his ex-wife destroyed him. I know another guy, he got accused of rape 10 years after the fact. 10 years after. 10 years after he hooked, and mind you, he had kids with this woman after the alleged rape. Lost his kids. I know a guy who, his kid died under the care of the mother, and she still got custody. Isn't that insane? One of his kids died, and after still. The problem is women will never give up power. Will never give it up. More women are becoming judges. More women are becoming politicians. And men have to figure, and there's ways to evade things, right? Like most PUAs are guys that sleep around, they have a ring camera. You know, there's men that put stuff in their mother's name. But if we're not being honest and realistic about what the situation is, then men will think of solutions. Men, if you give men a problem, they will figure out a way around it. They will. That's the male way. That is. But if we're not honest about the power and influence that even average women have, a lot of men don't see this stuff coming. And, you know, I think I sound like a doomer a lot, right? I think I do. I think I sound sinister. And maybe I am, but I think if you guys had done the interviews that I had done and seen what I have seen, I think you'd be just as black-pilled as me. But on the bright side, men always will find a solution. But this is the world feminists wanted, if I'm being honest. Feminists wanted all of the freedom to be whores and do whatever we wanted and have men pay for it and have none of the responsibility that comes with it. And unfortunately now, to some extent, unless you're a guy to figure out how to get feminism to work for you, there are, I mean, you know, I knew a guy in London, I'll give you an example. You know, while some guys are getting robbed, he would just target 32-year-old lawyers, smash, and he would, you know what, for a few years, he lived rent-free. And really, he had a decent job, if I'm being honest, but he would just save all the money, and then he found his wife later. Now, I'm not saying that's a moral thing to do, but, you know, that's less of an L than a lot of people take, you know? I mean, that's not a bad position. He just got really jacked. He would find these 32-year-old lawyers. He'd say, hey, honey. So they'd be a little bit fat. But, you know, then he could live rent-free. But it's interesting. Whenever a man benefits from feminism or, like, benefits from women's youth, beauty, sexuality, he's always shamed. It's the same reason Leonardo DiCaprio is shamed. I mean, he's banging a bunch of hot young women, and then everyone says he's gross, he's disgusting, blah, blah, blah. Cougar hunting season. Well, I'm not saying to do it, but I'm saying I'm not saying it's the moral, and I try to not be moralistic here. I try to be accurate. And there are ways that men figure out how to get it to work for them. There are ways, you know, in the old, and even better in a way that it did before, because in the olden days, you'd have the responsibility of a family. Now, in a way, if you figure out how to do it, you can Uber Eats women and they can leave after. Not many men can pull this off, but I saw a PUA who, he just figured out how to get women to come over and have a bottle of wine, and they'd be hot, in their 20s, because in their 30s, women are like, I'm ready to settle down. So they're not down for that. It's just that 20 they're down for that. You know what I mean? And so he gets the youth and beauty that the husbands don't even get someday. And they leave after. He's got no responsibility and he gets the sex. That's, you know, that's even more of a win maybe than the guy, ooh, I don't know, free rent. That's pretty good in this economy. He was in London too. You know how much money he saved? Man could buy a house and find his real wife after a few years. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying to do this, right? I'm saying there's men that think about it. But then what happens is the men figure this out. And women and feminists, what they have a tendency to do is shame, insult, guilt. You know, you're not a real man if you do that. Well, but women are celebrated for being complete bums and living off the government. But he's not a real man if he figured out how to be hot enough to get women to pay for him. He just went old enough and ugly enough. There's always something. You're not a real man if you put all of your assets in your mother's name and you don't pay child support. You're not a real man. It's like, Why does he have to pay? You know, if it's 50, why does he have to pay for his ex-wife to rob him? This doesn't make sense. But this is the pushback I've gotten the last few years. I mean, this is what feminists have thrown at me. They just keep saying that, you know, it's the men holding us back. But what I would say is that what's holding us back is our internal chaos, our inability to be happy, and our poor life decisions. If feminists want to make really bad life decisions, I don't really care. It doesn't affect me. But I do want you to pay for it. I do. I think that's all I got for you guys today. I think that's all I got. Thanks for the birthday wishes. I didn't even know it was my birthday, but... Is there another super chat? Hold on. Oh no, it's just this one. Thanks to the Crucible for the raid. I appreciate you guys being there. No, I'm 22. I'm 22. Yep. This was a nice, happy, thank you. If you are interested in doing the documentary, I've been building a remote computing and production studio. We would gladly help on projects. We'd volunteer. Email me. I'm open. You know, we're looking at a few people right now. I'm open to quotes. Right now, I just need to give the people I'm raising money for. The people there's a couple people looking at funding it, and I'm in the process of giving them quotes. I think it's gonna work out, but until I have the cash, I can't know for sure. That's one thing I know in this industry. But I do want to put it out on Valentine's Day. I think that would be really funny. I think that would be hilarious. So anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching. Bullshit, you're over 40. Maybe I am. You know what? Whenever, I always know the women are going to call me old when I go on shows, so my answer is always I'm 42. That's always my answer. 'Cause they're like, well, how old are you, Pearl? And I'm like, 42. And then they can't, you know. But thanks for watching, guys. I really appreciate you. Make sure you like the video. No, I'm 22. I'm going to gaslight. I am 22. Yep. Like the video, subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
I can give you the stats. I can give you the stats right now.
Andrew, I don't.
You don't care about facts, I know.
Andrew, I am a stabled woman.
Did you need me to answer to the prompt?
Age first, and yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
So I'm 40 years old. The answer is no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I can. Yeah, I can give you my reasoning here. No, I think it's totally appropriate to date women who are younger. So my reasoning is two-pronged. My first reason is that I believe that most of this comes from a place of jealousy from older women towards younger women, that they feel very, very threatened by younger women getting a lot of male attention, and as they get older, they don't get as much of that attention. And then the second argument that I have is that to date, I have not actually heard a single argument from a woman for why it would actually be immoral for a 40-year-old to marry a 21-year-old if both of them decide to do it.
Okay, so Andrew, can we just rewind it a little bit more?
Sure.
Okay, so you use the word jealous.
Mm-hmm.
And let's dissect that.
Sure.
You said that older women are jealous of younger women because they get more attention.
Nope. Hang on. Let me clarify so that you understand. I think that the older women specifically who kind of focus on this as being some kind of problem because they believe there's exploitation going on, I think that that is actually a mask. They don't really care about exploitation. They're upset because younger women are getting way more male attention in the demographic that they would normally be going for.
I would put
Cuss.
And this is based on what?
Well, this is an observation I've had after talking with hundreds of women on programs like this, where we discuss these issues, and they can't actually give me a moral argument. They just end up saying, well, they just think it's icky. But then when we kind of dive down, we find out that, well, there's actually a lot of attention that younger women get, and they feel quite threatened by that attention because they're after the 40-year-old men because that's in the age bracket that they're in.
Okay. So I think you're under the impression that, as most, because a lot of people are coming in here and assuming, making an assumption, and when you make an assumption, you're making an ass out of yourself. This comment right here came from a man.
Mm-hmm.
This is not nothing that a jealous older woman came up with. Not at all.
That's a man's opinion.
Yeah, but why would that matter?
Okay, because you stated that we're jealous, so this is why I'm bringing it
No,
back.
I didn't say you were anything.
This is what you're saying.
That's what you said.
This is the narrative you stated.
No, so I'm speaking directly to regardless of which sex made the argument. It doesn't really matter.
But it does matter because you have this narrative or understanding that older women are jealous of younger women. But what makes you think that
That's not my argument, though. That's only part of it. Can you tell me the rest of the argument?
What makes you think, okay,
Mm-hmm.
that what is the assumption? Because the younger women are getting attention, that's why we're jealous?
No.
Or
So I'll tell you
like,
again.
because
So that
they want the 40-year-old
Yeah.
men that are a cesspool of shit right now. Like what part are we jealous about?
Yeah, so I'll tell you.
Because attention, I do get attention. So I don't understand why any woman.
Yeah, but you don't
every
get more attention than younger, beautiful women.
Every woman is beautiful, so every woman is gonna get some type of attention. I want to understand, like, where does the jealousy part come in?
Well, I'll explain it. So unless you can give an actual moral argument for why it would be morally incorrect for a 21-year-old woman who wanted to marry a 40-year-old man not to, why you'd say that's immoral, that shouldn't happen, they ought not do it, then the only objection you can have to it is ick. So what causes the ick? Well, the ick is because younger women tend to get more attention from the age demographic that older women are interested in.
You're still not explaining what are we jealous about.
Well, here, so I guess we can take it a piece at a time. So we'll start with the last part first, so you understand. So, can you give a single moral objection, an actual moral objection to why it's wrong?
That and you go into the moral again, explain your reasoning why you came in here, and your first statement was women in their 40s are jealous of 20-year-olds.
No, the argument is that's not the argument. I won't pull it to morals. I'll answer directly to it. Yeah, I won't pull it to morals. Okay, so I won't. Okay. I'd like to hear a justification for that. But yeah, okay, fine. So we'll speak to that first. My argument actually was not that 40-year-old women are jealous of younger women.
That's what
my
you came in here
argument
saying.
specifically was that women who object to age gap relationships, they're generally jealous of younger women. That's the argument. You keep leaving that part out for convenience.
No, hold on. Okay, so I'm in my 40s. I have a 24-year-old daughter. I have a 21-year-old daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And in no way, shape, or form will I allow or be okay with my girls dating a man in their 40s. Because one, and I'm not saying all men, not saying that there's not 40-year-old men that can't take care of a 25-year-old. I'm not saying that. Morally, it's wrong.
Okay,
man is-
so now we can dive
Hold on,
into
let
this.
me finish.
Oh, sure,
Let me
sure,
finish.
sure, sure. I
You
didn't mean
want
to cut you
a
off.
reason? I'm giving you a reason. Now let me finish.
Go ahead.
My daughter is 24. My other daughter's 21. My kid's father is, rest his soul, was in his 40s when he passed. I would not want my daughters dating someone their father's age because you guys don't have nothing in common.
Yeah, but that's not a moral argument.
Morally, it's wrong.
Yeah,
Do you have
but
children?
that's an assertion. You have to actually give me a moral argument.
Do you have children?
Okay,
Do you have
hold
children?
on. Andrew, do you have children?
Yes.
Do you have children?
Yes.
How old are your children?
My
How old are
oldest is 23, and my youngest, I think, is 15.
You think it's 15.
Yeah, I can't remember. She might be 14. You know, like I've got a lot of kids.
All right, all right. Time out, Andrew. So you said you're single or you're married?
I'm married.
Okay. If you were not married and you were 40, you're okay with dating a 20-year-old,
Yeah.
basically.
Yep.
Right? All right.
I can't see a
So,
single moral argument that's ever been made against it. I can't think of a single one.
Okay. So, what is your reasoning as to why you would even entertain a 21-year-old? And again, we're not putting religion, morals, or anything in that. It's a simple fucking question.
Because she loves
Why
me
would
and
you
I love her. Because she loves me and I love her. That's why.
Okay. So, what makes you think? Again, this is a question I've been asking all of you, men. What makes you think that a 21-year-old wants to waste her youth on your old ass?
But assuming that she did, assuming that she was 21 and did, what would be the objection to that? What's the
you think that
objection
your
if she
daughter-
did?
Okay.
But
Do you
who
think your
said
daughter
there
will
was
be
an
okay?
objection?
Well, if there's no objection, then it's not immoral.
It's not a problem.
Then it's not a problem.
So once again, nobody has said anything about bashing any women dating old ass men. Nobody has said that.
No, she did. She said that it's immoral. She literally just said it's immoral. She literally just said it's immoral. You need to listen. That's literally what she said.
First of all, the morals are you as a parent. That's where the morals
That's not what morals are. You as a parent can make immoral decisions all the time.
If your child was in that age gap of 21 and you come home with a 24-year-old, what does that look for you? And the way your child looks at you.
What does that have to do with the option of a man who's 40 marrying a 21-year-old? What does that have to do with the option of a man who?
Look, Andrew.
So hold on one second.
How
old I didn't even get to talk to him.
Anybody else want to get cut the because that's the type of time I'm on.
Hold on,
I'm
Nina.
not be arguing with nobody back and forth and with morals and religion and all that extra stuff because everybody don't believe in the same thing. Okay? But do you need to have some morals with your children as a parent? Yes, you do. You're not going to tell me otherwise, okay? I will argue that argument with anybody. You as a parent need to have some goddamn morals for your children, okay? Especially if you have a 21-year-old and you're dating a 24-year-old. Like, you're not trying to change the narrative. You're just being like, I'm a man and I can. Like, shut up.
For everybody that's in the comments saying that she's triggered, this has nothing to do with being triggered. It was completely off topic. It was completely off topic, and this is not the first person that has come on this panel and has said something that had nothing to do with the question. Now, being that you've got multiple women on this panel that are over 40, and I'm guessing that most of us choose to be single. Because the men that we do date are the options that we do have. But to come on this panel and say that the reason being is that we don't agree with men dating younger women is because older women are so jealous because they get more attention than we do. Listen, I don't know what kind of women most of you deal with, but this is not a panel full of pick-me bitches. You understand what I'm saying? So when you're dealing with pick-me assholes that are thirsty for attention, that's not what this is. This ain't that. Okay? Now, I've heard of him before, and he's a great debater or whatever the case may be, but we don't run disrespect on this panel. So what you're not going to do is come up here and try to change the narrative. The question is, as a 40-plus-year-old man, would you date a woman half your age? That's the question. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Would you date a younger woman? That's it.
Okay.
That is
the
it.
question was men who are 40 plus who date younger women, because I'm 28 years old. And if to me, men who are 40 who are date younger women, I wouldn't necessarily say that they're weak. I understand why they do it. I don't know if I would do it or not because I'm nowhere near close that age.
And it's been almost alarming to me. It's been almost alarming to me.
Y'all bring Andrew back up because I wanted to talk to him.
Yes.
Well, first of all, I feel like most of the people that we be bringing up here been mad disrespectful. So right now, I need a timeout. So I really don't care about the views right now because people are so intertwined on fucking answering the shit with morality, so spiritual, Bible-ness. Like everybody don't believe in that.
But I wanted to get into his. He asked 3 questions, and I hate to break it to you, ladies. Nobody answered his question.
That's right.
So I wanted to answer his question.
Answer it, Sabrosa. He could sit right where he is. You can answer it.
How can you answer a question with a motherfucker that's shouting? I'm not about to have him come up here shouting.
All right.
So if he could come up, but I'm not about to do this shouting match back and forth. If a cause of the debate, this ain't a debate. This was a simple question. We're not gonna go here with the hooping and hollering back and forth.
Right.
The problem is that they're coming in here and they're being disrespectful. Like his first statement was, "You women, you older women, are jealous because of the younger women."
That's not what he said. Listen to me. I was listening. Listen, guys, please. I've been quiet for a really long time. I've been listening to everybody speak for a really long time. Let me cook. Andrew came up here and he asked a series of questions. He said women in their 40s, he can't come to any other conclusion. He said nobody has come up with a moral argument as to why women in their 40s, he's come to the conclusion that they're jealous of younger women, and he said that nobody has came with a moral argument,
and he don't got actual facts.
Okay, but nobody got into those questions is what I'm saying.
Nobody could even get into it because as I was trying to speak my piece, kept cutting me off. Nina tried to jump in. He did the same with her.
First of all, it ain't about triggered. Once again, this is my damn page. This is my life. You are here on my life. So if you do not like it, you guys can actually go to another live. It's as simple as that. You know why I get triggered by people being disrespectful. And I don't have to allow it on my panel.
Hey Nina, what did he say that was disrespectful?
I don't want the hooping and hollering in the shouting match. You guys don't understand that. Then that's okay. You can drop down and exit. I'm not about to be bringing up more people, and the next 3 people that I bring up is going to be disrespectful and shooting and shouting. I'm not going to deal with that. Respectfully. I don't understand how adults can't understand what I'm saying. Like, Andrew could definitely come back, but Andrew... We're going to have a civilized conversation, Andrew.
Okay.
So...
And thank you for bringing me back. I was not trying to be disrespectful. I was, you can understand when it's very contentious, that may be how it seems. I certainly don't mean to be disrespectful. So thanks for bringing me back up.
It's much appreciated, but Sabrosa actually wanted to answer your questions.
Yeah. So the question is, hi. I haven't actually heard a real moral argument against an age gap relationship. So all I can ever get out of the women that I talk to is ick. They just think it's icky, which is fine. You can think it's just icky, but that's not a moral argument. And that's That's
All
why I
right,
come to the conclusion that I feel like the people who object to this mostly object to it because they're not getting the attention from that younger women are getting, and so they're maybe a bit miffed or jealous.
Well, I don't. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna get into this with you, but I'm 32, just to add some context. So I'm in my 30s. I'm 32, and I don't necessarily. I'm not totally opposed to it. Like I mind my business, but it's not an ick for me. It's more so of how do I put this? It's more so of a man and the thought of a man, like the mental manipulation and the way that men rather date someone that's less experienced or has less just knowledge of relationships, knowledge of the world, knowledge of how things work, and
Sure.
that's really what I feel like women talk about it maybe as an ick, like, oh, it's a turn off, it's an ick, it's like it's unattractive, maybe because they don't know how to elaborate that. It's more of like I feel women are coming from the space of like it's more of a mental manipulation that men, they'd rather deal with somebody that's naive versus a person that has more experience, is more established, knows what they want in the world, and it's more of a disappointment. And I feel like women don't want to vocalize that. They don't want to say that, that they're disappointed or that, oh, maybe I made the wrong decisions when I was younger and now, I'm kind of stuck with this demographic of men to date. And I'm in my 30s and I'm single
Sure.
and I don't have children.
But that really
So I
doesn't.
feel-
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
So I feel like the argument is more so that it's more of because we're emotional creatures, so it's more like how we feel. So I guess it's more like we're feeling for the women. We're like, they
But
have
you would
an
agree.
opportunity to do better.
You would agree that any. What the heck? We got somebody's
Why am
bleeding
I
through their
echoing?
mic real bad. You're not echoing. Somebody, your brother Jose has to mute himself. He's bleeding through. There you go. Yeah. So to dive into this though, you would agree that any relationship where there was manipulation would be bad. So that really has nothing to do with an age gap. Just any relationship where there was manipulation would be bad, regardless of their age.
Well,
So hang on. Let me finish
have-
the argument. Hang on,
Okay,
my
go
turn.
ahead,
Let me
Seth.
finish the argument. So yeah, any relationship. So I'm specifically looking at if you could see into a person's heart and know that a 40-year-old man loved a 21-year-old woman and she loved him back. You got to mute yourself, dude. Why would that actually be immoral?
It's not immoral. It's more of like,
Right,
why
it's not
is
immoral.
that men's? It's not immoral. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It's not immoral.
Right.
It's just more of
Yeah, it gives you the ick.
It gives us
The ick.
It's not. It's not.
It
the
gives
ick,
you the
it's not
ick. Come on, it does. It does. It gives you the ick.
It gives me the ick, but it's just not okay too. It's not okay. Like it's just not. It's just not.
It gives you the ick. So hang on. So because it gives you the ick,
We've been those young women because we've been those young women before.
keep
So you don't know
saying-
because you're a man.
no, I get it, but it just gives you the ick.
Hold on. Can
Oh,
I
sorry.
speak?
Yeah, no problem. I'm sorry.
Can I speak, Andrew? please?
Sure.
You keep saying that it's not morally wrong,
Yeah.
but it is.
Prove it.
Because a 25-year-old's mind frame
hmm
is not developed enough for a grown.
I think the question would be is
Well,
why
then, if that's the case,
Can I?
yeah. Let her finish her
Can
argument.
you guys let her finish real
Yeah.
quick, please?
So, you guys are going for these younger women because they're more vulnerable. I'm not saying, and to the younger women that are in the comments, I'm not saying that you guys are vulnerable, but at your age, and not all of them, because there are some mature ones, the majority of the women at the ages of 20 to 29 are not mentally, how can I put this?
Equipped to have that relationship?
Yeah, it's more like a manipulation
Sure.
thing.
Then
on
why do you
your
let them vote?
behalf, because
Then
you
why do you
guys-
want to let them vote?
I'm saying it's more
Now,
of a
we don't talk about politics.
We're not doing
I
politics.
think we're getting.
No, it's not. It's not a sidetrack. Hang on. It's just testing the logic. So what I'm saying is that if you don't believe that these women are mentally equipped to have a relationship, why do we let them participate in society as adults? That makes no sense.
Not going to. I don't think they're mentally equipped to have a relationship with a man who's 20 years older than them.
But they're equipped to
Isn't that up to
participate in
the
running a
individual?
nation.
Isn't that up to the individual though? Like,
Yeah.
That's up
If
to
you
the
look
two
in
people.
the comments, every 25-year-old woman on here that is dating a 40-year-old man is stating the only reason why they're doing it is for financial security.
They're not. So they're not allowed to make that choice.
Stream.
Yeah, they're more than welcome to.
Then what's immoral about
For
it?
you guys to take advantage of a younger girl is immoral.
How's that? How's that taking advantage? Hang on. She's taking advantage of him.
That's the currency right there. That's the currency exchange.
So she's taking advantage of him for his money.
Like the dude said earlier, remember? He said it's basically an exchange, a meal for a meal for.
Yeah.
No,
Like,
it's not a. It's men.
It's just that's just the way that he explained it. I don't want you to get out of pocket. That's just the way that he
That's
explained
exactly
it.
what he
But
said.
she's being honest. Like all the women in the comments are saying, you know, don't be jealous, ladies. The only reason that we really go for them is because they are, you know, stable money wise. But then what happens?
The same reason you go for them.
But I don't. But you know, the question
How
that I
old do
wanted
you guys date? Like how old are how's the what's the?
But I'm just saying, 40-year-old women are going after men for the same thing. They want stability.
No,
so
they're
they,
not.
yes,
No,
they
they're
still
not.
they.
No, they're not.
That's the number one reason.
Okay, so that doesn't go to all women. So hold on, because I did add in some new people in here that I want to give them the opportunity to say something. But again, those are not facts.
They are facts. I can give them to you right now.
No, they're not.
I can prove it because there's polling done. There's polling done where they're asked this question.
Andrew, you cannot put all women in
Stop
that
being so
category.
triggered. Calm down. Let's just talk. You can't help it. You're gonna spurg. You're gonna spurg.
Listen. You're not gonna tell me what.
Yeah, I know you're gonna
do.
spurg. Don't tell me to calm down. I'm a strong woman. Just calm down.
You cannot put all women in that category.
Okay,
Andrew.
calm down. Listen to what I'm saying. I can give you the stats. I can give you the stats right now.
Andrew, I don't.
You don't care about facts. I know.
Andrew, I am a stable woman. I don't need a man for his fun.
I would say let's focus on the conversation,
You're not gonna give me a statistic.
I can't give you a statistic.
All women in their 40s.
I didn't say all. That would be a monolith.
Andrew. Oh my goodness, Andrew. That's exactly what you said, Andrew.
No, it's not what I said. I'm talking in generality, so I'm saying.
This is not all about you, bro.
Okay,
Give
hold
other
on,
people a chance to
Andrew.
speak, man.
Because there's 4
Stop
women
crying,
in this
dude.
Andrew,
Calm down.
everybody
Stop
else.
crying.
Are you
Stop
dating
crying,
someone
dude.
20,
Stop
bro?
crying.
Dude,
You're good. Stop crying.
Dude,
I'm just asking you, bro. Are you actually dating someone?
Are you, dude? Stop crying. Aren't these strong women? Aren't these strong women trying to talk?
That's why I'm here.
Is to cry?
We can't talk.
Now
because
you're
you
being
people are talking
condescending.
to us.
Now you're being
Or
condescending. You're condescending and you're gaslighting. Now you're being condescending. You're condescending and you're gaslighting. And first of all, my name is Freedom. I'm coming in here now because what he did was gaslight. First of all, when someone says someone is mentally naive, that does not mean they are mentally naive in all categories of life. So
Yeah, they
therefore,
can run a
should still
country.
be able to vote. That's gaslighting. That is not mutually exclusive. That is not apple.
When you're your age, for example, you don't have any right to be cynical about the political. It's like, what the hell do you know? Hello.
Hello. I just wondered whether you thought pursuing a political life, whether direct.
Not sure this is a Valkyrie we've met, lad. How do you know?
He's corporeal, but different. Looks like the bastard's finally done it.
We don't want to fight you!
Come on, Kratos! Off your back!
Stop!
Not sure this is a Valkyrie we've met, lad.
How do you know?
He's corporeal, but different. Looks like the bastard's finally done it.
We don't want to fight you!
Fuck, this is a fine mess.
Why are you doing this? Remember us?
Not sure this is a Valkyrie we've met, lad.
How do you know?
Corporeal, but different. Looks like the bastard's finally done it.
We don't want to fight you! She's relentless!
Aye, you can say that again. Come on, Kratos, off your back.
Stop! Remember us?
Not sure this is a Valkyrie.
Stop! Remember us?
Not sure this is a Valkyrie we've met, lad.
How do you know?
Corporeal, but different. Looks like the bastard's finally done it.
We don't want to fight you! He's relentless!
Aye, you can say that again. Not messing about, is she?
No! Father, are you okay?
Focus on the enemy, not me.
Yes, sir!
That was close.
Why won't you say anything?
Ah, this is a fine mess. She's not messing about, is she?
No! Father, are you okay?
Focus on the enemy, not me.
Yes, sir!
That was close.
What'd we do to you?
your back.
Still stay.
What's your left?
Got him.
Brother, I had a thought. Prepare for a fight. That Droga,
Whatever.
reminds me of tales of a cruel empress, one too angry to die.
We will see.
Anskullaraska! Visa van dir stauda!
I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out.
Yeah!
hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out. I hear them inside. Get ready to clear them out.